Good afternoon. We're 30 seconds early. Apologies for starting on time. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is Wednesday, February 25th, and in 30 seconds it will be noon. Additions, deletions to the agenda.
So two changes. One is on item number 3. So I will jump in. Ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending Title VI, Health and Safety, Section 6.42, subsections 6-42-050, 6-42-070, and 6-42-140. The last citation, 6-42-180, is stricken. And then on item number 6, the dollar amount is different than what is in the packet. This was also similar in the first reading, so the dollar amount has not changed from the emergency to the confirmatory, just we didn't get that change reflected in the packet that was printed.
Excellent. And the correct amount for the public is $417,050, not $400,000, as per the resolution on the commissioner's desks. Thank you. Public comment unrelated to today's agenda. Ms. Anderson.
Do you have an extra agenda? Do you have an extra agenda?
Extra.
Oh, I got it.
Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. And I can never remember, it's different here, red or green?
It should be red.
Red, okay.
And then you'll get a yell from Andorra if it's not on.
Okay.
Or you'll get a hello from Andorra if it's not on.
Okay. Ellen Anderson, Aspen Village. I have 2 quick points, and they're related. One is 2 weeks ago, you may remember that Michael Kinsley and I made a brief demonstration on the hazards of ultrafine particles, and there were 2 responses from the commissioners. One was from Francie, and you said it was entertaining, and then Patty addressed it, and she said that, I'm going to quote it because I checked the video to make sure I got it right. And she said, quote, "A section of FAA law prohibits the mitigation or management of emissions from jets. It's the law." But she did not quote the law. So long story short, I wrote to her and said, this is important. I'd like to know what you're talking about. Could you tell me the law? She didn't respond. I wrote her again. She didn't respond. I shared it with my colleagues. Amory Levins wrote her a letter and saying, what are you talking about? And she didn't respond, but an anonymous email came from the county and with some law, but it did not match, it didn't have anything to do with what she said. So Amory wrote her and said, I'm not aware of any federal law or rule saying what you represented as the law to the BoCC and the public. If you have no further citation to support your statement, I must conclude it isn't true. Could you therefore please make an appropriate correction at the next BoCC meeting? I see Patty's not here, but I second that, and so I'm saying it on behalf of myself. I would like a correction for that. And the other second point, very quickly, is hot off the press. It seems like every week there's more publications about the hazards of ultrafines. Since the last meeting, a study has been published that was done at Helsinki Airport, and it was published in Environmental International, a recognized scientific journal, and it's not good. And they used the World Health Organization threshold of 20,000 ultrafine particles per cubic centimeter. That's what the WHO says. The EPA does not say that. In addition, I just want to give you an update on Logan Airport, which I reported last week is doing an ongoing study, including ultrafines. And I have since learned that it still is bad, but I also learned that they're using 2 different manufacturers' devices to measure ultrafines, 2 different manufacturers. One is way more expensive, the other is less expensive, and the 2 correlate very closely. And you can go online and you can see hourly what they're reporting on ultrafines. And I would like to put in the public record these 2 links so that you guys can just click on and see them. So research in Boston continues, and if what Patty claims what they were doing, it sounds like she thinks it's illegal. It's not, so we'd like some correction on that. And number 2, I think you might be interested in what Helsinki found. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Ellen.
Yeah.
Any other public comment unrelated to today's agenda? Any public comment online? There's a Dr. Levin has her hand raised, but I'm assuming it's regarding promotion of Dr. Levin. And I'm assuming Dr. Levin's here for the first item on the agenda. Excellent. Commissioner comments.
I'd make one, only that I've several friends and people in various agencies in the Valley are getting a stomach bug. There's a stomach bug going around, and I just thought I would share that. I don't know anything else about it. I did check in with Jordana, but I haven't heard back. Maybe Dr. Levin knows something about it, but it just came up a little while ago. But I just want to say, everyone be safe, wash your hands, follow protocol, and maybe we can avoid 24 hours of what I hear is real misery. So I'll be keeping my distance.
Yes, well, now I'll give the public the rant that I gave you guys yesterday, and that is, found it really, really sad that politics has entered the Olympics via the Trump administration's appearance at the celebration for the men's hockey team. It has created a firestorm of negativity around men's hockey. It has even reflected on women's hockey, and there were several people from the team who ended up going to the State of the Union last night. None of the people on the U.S. team who play for the Avs did go, in case you're interested in that. But it was just a really sour note at the end of an incredible accomplishment for the men's hockey team, and I feel for them, they got sort of, I think, trapped in the middle of Kash Patel and our president, and just sharing that. It made me sad. If you haven't heard about it, you might want to look it up. There was quite a bit in the New York Times today. It's been in all over social media. And so these guys have taken some pretty harsh abuse because of attending the State of the Union, which they felt is what you do if you're invited to it. But it's just a sad thing. And it was an amazing Olympic season, and this is a sad way for it to end in our country.
Can I have one more thing? This is just on what's happening in town. There's so much going on every night. There's a Aspen Chapel opening this evening, which should be interesting. Last night, I was invited to attend a screening of an Ingmar Bergman film, and it was so much fun to go see Persona at the ISIS, a new print, black and white. It's a beautiful film, great conversation around it. It was put on by a local store, decided to help Aspen Films sponsor Swedish films, because it's a Swedish store called Totem, which is across the street. And anyway, just want to say, keep your eyes out. It was just a fantastic public cultural event, the likes of we haven't seen here in a long time, but to have really great foreign films and new prints and conversations about that is the sort of thing I get excited about. So I thought I'd share that.
I have one more comment, too.
Please.
Also, I realized that we have not officially congratulated Alex Ferreira while we're talking about the Olympics. Pretty exciting to have a gold medalist from our community, but also to the other people from the Valley who competed. Haley Swerble is a phenomenal athlete, and I taught her for 2 years. She's an incredible person. She's a total brainiac, and the fact that she can have such intellectual pursuits and athletic pursuits has always amazed me. So anyway, congratulations to all of them.
And do we know if Jesse has returned?
I don't know.
We'll have to find out. Our own Olympian, our county Olympian. Okay, we'll find out. Thank you.
So Patty Clapper is on her way back from visiting the Capitol. She was not at the State of the Union, but she was hanging out with Congressman Hurd 2 nights ago, the eve of the State of the Union. At the federal level, we received notes from both Congressman Hurd as well as Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper, and congressionally directed spending for 2027 has reopened, and that due date is in March, and there's sessions this week with both of their offices. And then for the public, we generally don't meet on Thursday, but we will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. to anoint or appoint a commissioner for Commissioner District 2. For those of you wondering, we are not a statutory body. We are home rule, and we actually have 5 people when we're fully seated. So we will seat the 5th person, or seat and swear them in, seat tomorrow but swearing in is a week from.
Right. You will
It's March 3rd.
choose your appointment for first reading with a second reading and swearing in on Tuesday,
Excellent.
Third.
March 3rd.
So we have two consent items. One is the minutes of February 11th, and the second is a resolution of the assessor's recommendation on an abatement petition over $10,000 submitted by Alpia 44 Trust. Anyone looking to pull the consent items, or do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve both of the consent items.
I'll second.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you, Greg. Any further conversation? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Our first order of business, again, as amended, is Peter Mueller, and I assume Dr. Kimberly Levin is also online with us, joining for the flavored tobacco conversation.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Can I make a quick comment as he steps in about this?
Please.
Just, Peter, I just wanted to thank Peter publicly for his great work on helping me with the radon editorial I wrote, and just wanted to recognize you for your work and contributing to that in such a huge way. And glad you're here working on this.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Is this on?
If it's red.
Yeah, it's on.
yeah.
Okay, great. Peter Mueller, I work for Pitkin County Public Health on tobacco education, prevention, and policy issues for both Pitkin County and Garfield County. Also like to introduce or have Sarah introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Sarah Strasberger. I'm the principal of the high school, and we're happy to work with Peter to hopefully make this community safer for our kids.
Yeah. I just wanted to congratulate you. Back in 2023, you passed a very thoughtful tobacco retail license, and Pitkin County and the town of Aspen have always had a leadership role in managing the sale of tobacco products, and in particular, ensuring that underage people have limited or no access to tobacco products. What we're trying to do today is to introduce a comprehensive flavor ban to make sure that the decrease in use and access of tobacco products among youth continues to fall. New products are continuing to be introduced to the market, and students, unfortunately, are being sold those products, and the toll on adolescents is really significant. So we're here to ask for your interest and your desire to limit these products on the market.
And I would just add to that, you've got some great data here from Peter, and our most recent data is of the students who use tobacco products, 94.1% of them use flavored tobacco products, mostly in the sense of the e-cigarettes or vapes. But again, it's marketed towards kids. It makes it much more accessible for kids, and then it is so quickly addictive that is what our students are using, whether it's at home, out in the community, at all of these festivals. The flavored tobacco is their choice. So we would love for that not to be available.
Yeah.
Do you have a third colleague? Sorry, who's joined us? I didn't. Sorry,
We
Sarah.
have
Sorry.
a
Who else is at
student-
the
There's
dais?
one over at the
We have a
table.
student group and Kate Korn.
Well, I can introduce myself
the
too,
health
sorry.
teacher. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
That's what I was looking for. It's like 2 doors down.
I snuck in on the side of it.
Sorry.
I'm here as the Vice President of the Board of Health. I'm Dr. Krista Giesel, a practicing internal medicine physician. I'm also the Vice President of the Board of Education of Aspen School District, so I'm going to wear both hats
Thank
today.
you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Can we go to the next slide? Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Oh, do I?
Just a little.
Oh, wait.
There we go, right there.
missed
That second one.
Okay. This one?
One more on the arrow is easiest.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect. There we go. Just wanted to kind of show you the big picture of where we are. Several municipalities, including Aspen, Carbondale, Glenwood Springs, and Snowmass Village, have passed these flavor bans. As you might have recalled, the city of Denver passed a flavor ban last year. The tobacco industry put forward a ballot initiative to challenge their authority and the interest in passing a flavor ban. And in November, that ballot issue went down in support of a flavor ban by 72 to 28%. So there's overwhelming support throughout the state in these kind of forward-thinking communities, and we'd like Pitkin County to consider leaning in on this tobacco flavor ban going forward.
And Peter, before you advance, I noticed Eagle's not on there.
The town of Eagle,
County.
excuse me, that's right. I think one of the things that's critical for us is that counties have not passed these flavor bans yet.
F64-0 have passed?
Correct.
Thank you.
The town of Eagle passed a flavor ban, but not the county.
Thank you.
So kind of speaking to, if you could speak to just the overall concern with the emerging products.
Sure. I think, like I said, when the taste of tobacco is not something that kids are that interested in. And so with this flavor ban, whether you're at any of our music festivals, X Games, that is prevalent, this idea of flavored tobacco. Upcoming, every time we open the news, there's a new product, whether it's a drink, the gum, the Zyn packs. I mean, it's everything. And so when we think about a comprehensive flavor ban, we would love for it to be to current and future products, knowing that the whole goal is marketing those to our kids. And it's so easy to get addicted. So again, the flavor lures them in, and then the nicotine is so concentrated that they get addicted really, really quickly. And we're just seeing that kids know better and they hear all the adults, but when it's available across the county, we still see a lot of kids using the products.
And despite our TRL back in 2023, tobacco revenue continues to be pretty static. And I think that's, again, a reflection of the tobacco industry's ability to introduce new products to the market, despite the fact of the kind of the waning interest in cigarette smoking.
What does the third column there mean?
The third column, student vaping use last 30 days. So 30%, and this speaks to the tobacco industry's nimble approach to new products. In 2021, as I was a principal, Sarah was a principal, you couldn't go by the bathroom without there being an issue, a concern. And so the new product then was vaping. And as you can imagine, whether it was Basalt High School or Aspen High School, 1/3 of all students had been vaping in the last 30 days. That number starts to decline now, and it continues to decline, but we haven't been able to track the new product, which is Zyn, a very conspicuous way of consuming nicotine and getting addicted. That's the kind of product that a flavor ban would cull from the Pitkin County market.
And everyone's familiar with Zyn, the little it's a tiny little white packet, and it goes in the side of your mouth. And so it's delivering, high doses of nicotine, and, there's no smoke, there's nothing. You can sit anywhere and have that in your mouth. And so that's the latest product. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Well, I was going to say, to speak to this farther too, nicotine products, tobacco products, were regulated nationally in about 2009. A flavor ban was passed nationally for all products. Then these businesses have found ways to get around this, correct? And it was really unclear who's regulating them at this moment. The FDA has kind of stepped in, but that regulation at this moment, as we know, is very hit or miss. And so again, it's become more incumbent upon local municipalities and counties, but also cities across the country, Philadelphia, San Francisco. We are having to do this in a piecemeal way because there's really no regulatory body, and they're still marketing this towards children with this flavor that they know works because we've done this before. This is how you get people addicted for life if you start young.
Francie.
So why would anybody put this little white thing in their mouth? What's the effect that they're going for?
Well, they start with the flavor, right? Because it's tutti frutti or it's cotton candy. And that's what 80%, a study done in 2012 to 2013, shows that the first time kids use this at all is because of the flavor. Then you get addicted.
You just eat a candy. So why this? What does nicotine do for the students that they're pursuing it?
Well, they'll tell you, so you get the nicotine buzz that you would get from, smoking a cigarette, that nicotine buzz. And so then when they're addicted to it, they're stressed and anxious without it. So keeping a Zyn pack in or going to the bathroom to use a vape product minimizes, in their mind, some of the stress and anxiety because they're already addicted to the nicotine. And so then it just increases, right? The more you use it, the more addicted you are and the more you need. And without it, then they're even more stressed.
Nicotine's a stimulant, and so it's one of the most addictive substances there is currently on the market, period.
Yeah, I
Off the
thought
market.
that some of the effect of cigarettes, though, was just that you were taking in smoke instead of oxygen and the other things in the air. And I just don't know what nicotine does to your system that gets, what is the high or whatever that comes
It's a
with
stimulant, so it
nicotine?
upregulates your heart rate, it upregulates your energy level.
Stimulant?
Right. It's a
It
very potent
releases
stimulant.
dopamine within 10 seconds. So students, just as we're talking about, students get a quick buzz, and that is kind of the, feel good feeling. But in short time, their addiction leads to increased anxiety, insomnia, sadness, loneliness, et cetera, et cetera. So there's kind of an assumption that the tobacco industry is putting forth that Zyn and nicotine is a way to move yourself away from a cigarette habit. And what the studies have shown is that actually the nicotine consumption leads to additional addiction and greater likelihood that they'll resort to other tobacco products, whether that's vaping, Zyn, or cigarettes themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Jeffrey?
Greg, or do you guys want to, you have a couple more slides?
We want to get our students up in front.
Yeah, no, and we would welcome their comments
Yeah,
as well. so
let's
please.
do that
Yeah.
because this is Kate
You
Korn,
okay
our
tabling for a
health
second?
teacher for Aspen High School.
Yeah, we actually have one question from Greg before you
Well,
guys.
only
transition.
that, I just wanted to
Sorry.
comment that I think as long as I've been a commissioner, I've been testifying about tobacco down in Denver and online. And it seems like we're making progress. Dr. Levin's been part of that and people on the Board of Health all these years. And it's great to see progress, but it's also a little frustrating. It's like, here it is back again. And so thank you for staying on top of it. And the other thing about the addiction is that you want more. It's never enough, right? The next, you're going to need 2 when yesterday you only needed 1. So there's that. I wanted to share also that I had a comment from Hannah Berman, who's a city councilor in Basalt, who said it's great to see we're doing this, and that their plan is to coordinate with Pitkin County and Eagle County regarding the various places that sell it within and near Basalt. So I think they're watching us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
I'll just introduce myself again. My name's Kate Korn, and I teach health at the high school. So most of the time I have only 9th graders, sometimes some upperclassmen join. And I'm also the club sponsor for a club that these two have kind of brought back to Aspen High School, which is the Drug and Alcohol Awareness Club. So 2 of our 3 were able to make it today that kind of lead that. And I'm just going to ask a few questions and have them share some information, and then they can take some questions from you all. Okay, so do you guys kind of remember what we're doing, right? What have you seen in school that helps students steer clear of tobacco products?
And please introduce yourself, sorry.
Yes, I'm Haley Walker. I'm one of our 3 students who run this club at the school. In terms of what we've seen in the school, I think it's really helpful that there are regulations around tobacco use and substance use regarding athletics. In a town like this, a lot of students are athletes. They know that, 1, they will be in trouble if they're caught using these substances, but 2, they know that it will hinder their performance in their sports. So that's helpful on its own. We also have Cam. He's our SRO at the school. He's just a great resource for students. He runs classes for students who get in trouble using these substances. They're required, but I think Kate had said that a lot of students enjoy going, and that you can just go anyway if you haven't.
I think if there was a desire for those students to continue, CAM would certainly be willing to host more of those classes. Yeah.
Yeah. There are vape detectors in the bathroom. I'm not exactly sure how that data is used or how that is enforced, but it kind of like, I'm sure it keeps students from like leaving their classes to go to the bathroom and vape. But that brings us back to the issue of Zyn. As Sarah had mentioned, it's just a more discreet way. You can leave that in for multiple hours, so that kind of presents a new problem on its own.
Okay, next question. How has the school supported students to make good choices? I know you somewhat addressed this. And how do they help students who continue to struggle with these products?
My name is Kieran Byford. I'm a junior here at Aspen High School as well. Haley kind of addressed it largely, but kind of to repeat what she said, I would say the vast majority of students at our school are athletes, and they are very invested in one or multiple sports, lots of multiple sport athletes. Every single sport at the school has some sort of repercussion if you are caught using tobacco products. So that's definitely a way to encourage students to make good choices. And then our club is also something that we hope to continue doing to spread. It's not really with the goal of punishment, but the goal of teaching and more preventative measures to educate students on why it's unhealthy, how it's addictive, things like that. And then I'll also move on to the next question, which is why the flavored vapes are so alluring and dangerous. Firstly, the flavors are so important because they do two primary things. They create more allure, and they also kind of disguise the harm. They make it seem more innocent. All the products, the vapes, the Zyn, when you see mint or you see bubblegum or you see watermelon freeze, you're kind of forgetting how harmful that can be to your system. And then also, in my personal experience, I've seen it becomes a lot more alluring. So I personally have never had any interest in the actual physiological results that come from using these products. But I've always had a sweet tooth. I've always been into soda and candy. So that's where the allure comes from. I grew up with a sibling who was largely addicted throughout most of her high school career to a lot of these products. So I was around it a lot, and that's where I found myself being tempted. When I saw a flavor that I was like, that seems kind of good. I might want to try that. That's where the allure came for me. And then also the flavors obviously market much larger to teens and children than to adults. So I think that's very dangerous. And yeah.
Thank you. One more question?
I think you've answered all of those. And I just wanted to say something that has come up in conversations with students over the past couple of months in casual conversation is just that I think when we know our students are having struggles with misuse and addiction at a young age, I think what's really valuable to me to hear students talk about is that they have friends who might already be addicted or using, and they're actually not offering and trying to get their friends to use it because they don't want them to be in the same situation that they're in. And I think that that's one of the most powerful ways a teen sort of advocates within their social groups. And I just think that that's important to note and for everybody in the room to hear. And I think we have an opportunity to do what's best for kids, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're here to support these kids in this group and other high school students. So thanks for your time.
Any questions for Kate, Kieran, or Haley?
Yeah, well, for either of you. So don't you think that some of your friends might just go down to Glenwood and buy a whole bunch and come up and sell it to their friends in Aspen?
Well, first of all, I do believe on the earlier slide, I did see that there was a flavor ban in the town of Glenwood on that slide. That is a risk, but I think it would, in general, students aren't, I don't know if they would be as willing to put in that much effort to access these resources. A lot of it is just because it's so easily accessible. It's right there in your face. It's hard not to do it at times. So I think that would definitely decrease the usage rates.
Great answer.
Thank you. Right, Neely or Greg?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of Commissioner Poshman here, so.
Commissioner
Oh,
Poshman.
well,
Go ahead.
You're welcome to. I was just going to make comments on this, that my kids came through Aspen High School It appears that there's been a reduced incidence of drinking alcohol. Like they just have zero interest, or at least they've convinced me they have zero interest, and I believe them after observing them for quite a while and trying to tempt them with keggers. Like, don't they have keggers anymore? Sorry, but that's what we did in our day. I know, I just reversed a lot of your work there. I apologize, Sarah. But the thing is, it just seems that kids are really wise to this now. And so it shows you how insidious nicotine is, that it's still such a problem, because it seems like alcohol use may have gone down. You may dispute that, but that was the one thing. And the second was, it seems like nicotine is detectable on the skin. And I'm just wondering if any technologies have come up so you can, it's not, I don't think it's that hard to find out if somebody's a regular nicotine user. It's just something you can do that for your thesis when you're in college. Thanks.
Sorry, Rye.
No.
Please.
Hey, I'm Ryan Neely. I'm the county attorney. I think it's really cool you guys are here. This may be a easy yes or no question because it's somewhat apparent from why you're here. But despite some of the intervention methods that we're hearing about today, do you still see your peers utilizing these substances?
Yes, and it's more of a problem. I mean, like the questions surrounding what the school can do, the school can only do so much because kids know that they will get in trouble for using these substances at school. The problem is like when kids leave for lunch, they vape in their cars or on their way to and from school, or when they're with their friends on the weekends or after school. It's a problem outside of the school. It's more just the addiction. Like they'll do what they can during the school day, but it stays a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, and then to kind of expand on that, we talked about this a couple weeks ago to the Board of Health, but we have kind of noticed, we're not sure if it's statistically backed up, but we've kind of noticed maybe a less volume per age group of students actually utilizing these. Maybe it stays the same, but teens, kids in general, have been starting at younger and younger ages. You see the freshmen using this just as much as the juniors and seniors are. So that's another kind of reason we wanted to address this.
Okay, cool. And I think you talked about this a little bit with respect to Commissioner Jacober's question, but it sounds like your understanding and your experience is that some of these, your peers are acquiring this product within Pitkin County. Is that right? Like they're buying the flavored tobacco in Pitkin County from local stores and things like that?
I know that some do. Usually kids, like, I know some of my friends with fake IDs won't use them here just because it's such a small town and they know so many people. But if they can manage, they will, or they'll go to, like, Algebel or something. But part of the ban, I think, is what Peter was saying earlier, is, like, Pitkin County's kind of setting the initiative to convince other counties to do the same.
Got it. Awesome. Awesome answers. Thank you, guys.
Quick question.
Yeah, please, Francie.
What is the age at which you can legally buy these products?
21.
21?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they're already doing something different to acquire it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow.
So, please, just join us back at the dais, though, because if anyone is online, they need the mics to hear us.
Thank you so much again for having us. So they came and gave this excellent presentation to the Board of Health, and we unanimously felt that this was something that we'd like to pursue. And Kim Levin is joining us online, so I wanted to make sure that I gave her a moment.
Yeah. And Tori, the answer to your question is Pitkin County Cares. Pitkin County Cares, Tori.
Wi-Fi password.
Sorry, the joy of iMessage is something
Right, yeah, they just pop up.
So adults have distractions too. Apologies. Dr. Levin, thank you for joining us.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to make a quick comment in very strong support of this. I feel that this policy may be one of the most single important pieces to pass to protect our youth. So many great points today. I won't repeat them, but Denver County was the first county, so we wouldn't be the first. But with Tobacco 21, when we passed that, and this was a great point, that there was a domino effect. So passing a piece of policy locally like this not only protects our local students and youth, but it creates education for further counties to do this. And what happened with Tobacco 21 was the state passed it. And that's eventually the goal. And then the whole country passed it. So there are other states who have passed a comprehensive tobacco flavor ban, Massachusetts and California. So this is clearly something that's happening nationwide, and we can be a leader in Colorado with this. The other points, nicotine, as mentioned, is one of the most addictive substances, and that means that it's the fastest to take effect and the fastest to come off. So these withdrawal symptoms that students go through, they have to take another hit to be able to keep keep the addicted brain addicted so that they don't go through withdrawal symptoms. And that's why a substance becomes addictive. And it definitely creates the muscle in the brain to set them up for a lifetime of addiction of other substances. So there are so many important pieces for passing this. I am a full supporter, and it's fantastic work. And I hope that we are the first other county other than Denver to pass this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Levin. You guys get the final word. You're the students at the table, so.
I just want to quickly add something that I just remembered regarding one of the questions, which is why the flavors are so important. It's just a conversation that I had with a sibling of mine about the flavors that she was using of vape products and how she really disliked this one flavor and really liked another one. She didn't use this, she gave it to a friend. So I think that is kind of an example of how it definitely does contribute to, the flavor definitely does contribute to whether or not a student will buy or use one of these products.
Excellent.
Yeah, I've seen the same thing within groups of some of my friends. I have a friend who drives me like to and from school, and when we get to school, his friends will get in the car and they all have different ones, so they try each other's different flavors. They're like, no, I don't like this one, I'll try that one. So it's like the nicotine itself, they get addicted and they stay addicted, but the flavors that they're choosing make it harder for them to quit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have another question for you.
Yeah, please.
Can you buy these products online?
I've never attempted
I have
to.
no idea.
I know. I just like to find out.
Yes, you can buy them online.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, so do you know where your friends get their products and how they do it? Just at mostly fake IDs, like in a place they just don't know people, or?
I don't really know. I mean, people try to keep it quiet so they don't get in trouble. I know one of my friends in particular has a friend in Denver, maybe Vail, who buys them for them, but most of the people I know find a way to get them around town or in the valley.
Peter.
Yeah, it's kind of a third. You know, I think that a third of students can buy them one way or another, a third from friends, and a third from kind of family or older people. The online sales are a single-digit way to access tobacco products. It's just too much time. When you want your product, you want your product. And so that is an issue, but it's a smaller one.
Thank you, Greg.
It'd just be interesting to know how many kids actually have parents who support them using these devices, perhaps as an alternative to cigarettes. Do we have any indication of that? Do parents give their kids these things, thinking they're doing the right thing?
I don't know that I have any friends whose parents give them these things, but I have a couple of friends whose parents support it over other choices.
Right, yeah. My other final question would be, assuming you're successful with this endeavor, and I hope you are, what's next for this group? What else are you working on?
We took this opportunity just because Peter presented it to us and it sounded like something we wanted to be involved in. Our goal with the club just generally is to be a support system for students who are struggling and like open up forum of discussion for people to come in and talk about these issues. So I think we'll continue in that way until we can find another way to make progress.
Excellent. Thank you.
Excellent. We good?
I'm good. You're preaching to the choir, by the way.
Haley and Kieran, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for your
Are
time.
you taking time off school to join us? Appreciate it.
Get to skip class.
Time well invested. Yeah.
This is the classroom.
That's not always
Are
easy.
we going to vote on this?
Yeah, no, I think they're going to rejoin. We do need to have a motion and vote on
Yeah,
this.
we would like,
Yeah.
does the BoCC recommend adding a comprehensive flavor ban to Pitkin County's current tobacco retail license ordinance?
I'll make a motion.
So yeah, at this point, please.
Yes. I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending Title VI, Health and Safety, Section 6.42, subsection 6-42-050, 6-42-070, 6-42-140 of the Pickens County Code prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products.
I'll second that.
Excellent. Any further discussion?
Only that I hope we can do the same for carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and nanoparticles.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you again. Thank you to Cam for joining us. Thank you for everyone from Aspen High School. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Peter, thank you so much for time. Krista, thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Good to see you, Peter.
Thanks for coming in.
Tough act to follow, Suzanne.
Yeah, I know. I was like,
What,
whew, this is
yeah, what do
pretty,
you got for us?
this is pretty dry.
Benny.
But I'll take having a simple item in front of the board. You ready for me to
We're ready.
jump
Susan.
in?
Yeah.
I will
Please.
go.
And Dr. Levin, thank you again for joining us. Appreciate your time.
So annually, I come to you to have you accept covenants that have been signed by the Community Development Director over the last year. This has made it a much more efficient process for us. You authorized this in 2017, so we've been doing this ever since, where once a year I come with the list of covenants that we have signed and recorded and have you accept those. So these are the covenants for all of 2025. The list was provided in the packet for you. Again, I think you're familiar, but these could be agricultural buildings, TDRs when we issue a TDR, caretaker dwelling units, other occupancy restrictions, further subdivision. All of those types of things fall in this bucket of covenants that are required as part of a development approval that we execute administratively and then have you accept once a year. So this
I
is
have
first
one question.
reading with second reading at your next meeting, which I think
March
is March
11th.
11th. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question about the tie bar. So it says that TDR were, I don't know, awarded or, so,
Issued.
because that whole thing was before 2025, so that's just when they finally
Right,
got
the
the
approval
TDRs?
was granted by the board to allow for the TDRs to be issued. The TDR actual certificates weren't issued until 2025.
I see.
And so that's when we recorded the covenant that restricts those properties against any future development.
Okay, great, thanks.
Excellent. Any further questions on the spreadsheet? Can you touch on the occupancy covenant? It's the only one that sort of seems strange.
which
The music
one?
school.
Oh, the music school, there was an approval in front of the board for them to build some on-site employee units. And with that comes a requirement to record a covenant that those will be used
Excellent.
for
Yeah,
employees.
yeah, that was also a little bit before.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So some of those show up, in the covenant
Before my time.
later,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
Harry brought that to us.
that Ryan and I are still able to sign on your behalf, and again with this acceptance, but the original development approval came out of the BoCC. Some of these don't. A caretaker dwelling unit has an administrative approval,
Right.
results in a covenant. So there's a mix of those.
Yeah, there was no, I think the reason I questioned it was there was no plan date in that column. Planning building number was
Oh.
empty, so I was like, oh, when did that take place?
Yep. Okay.
Greg?
I'm ready to make a motion unless there's more talk. I'd make a motion that we accept the development covenants executed by the Community Development Director, Suzanne Wolf, from January 1, 25 through December 31, 25, in connection with land use development approvals.
I'll second.
And with second reading on March 11th, all those in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks so much.
Great. That was easy.
Mr. Warner?
Afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Go.
Okay. So, start with the first
We're on,
one.
we're on.
Making sure we're ready.
Francis,
So, Today, for this first one, we have a request from Holy Cross Energy to replace an overhead power line with a buried power line. And it goes across two different parcels that Pitkin County owns. One most people would think would refer to as the Hunter Longhouse parcel, the other the Common Ground parcel. Pitkin County has long-term ground leases with both of those. They're both affordable housing developments. There's a 40-year ground lease to Hunter Longhouse and a 50-year with Common Ground, both of them signed in 2014, so many years ahead of them. And basically the line that runs up and through and above is ending it's kind of getting near the end of its lifespan, and rather than replacing it in kind, the Holy Cross Energy has made a request to bury it, and to go ahead and do that, we will need a new easement issued to Holy Cross Energy. So we do have both of the homeowners associations are in support of this project as well. So we did reach out to both of them and have an email from both saying, yeah, it's a project that they can support based on what they know. Holy Cross Energy will primarily, if you guys approve this, Holy Cross Energy will primarily work with the City of Aspen and the HOAs and get all the right permits and take it from there. So,
questions for Kevin? Yeah. I've got Greg and then Francie.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the undergrounding is always a good thing. Will it inhibit or promote redevelopment of the property when the time comes, if the time ever comes for Hunter Longhouse in particular? Is this going to be something that has to be relocated? Is this the time to do it? Those are my questions.
Yeah, so Holy Cross Energy staff have been working with the HOA at Hunter Longhouse, knowing that there's something possibly in the works in the future, to ensure that the alignment that they're looking at doesn't inhibit anything that Hunter Longhouse is currently considering. And so I think it's they've done that homework beforehand. It's taken a little longer to get there, but I think that the current alignment and design would not inhibit any change.
Maybe we'll see that in our lifetime.
Yeah, when I was reading through it, there were mentions of poles and guy wires, and I was confused about that. Is that just generic language for an electrical easement?
So you're talking about in the easement itself?
In whatever I was reading about this.
Should be existing conditions.
Yeah, it may have talked about the existing conditions, and I mean, they do have to.
It was like permission to use guy lines. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where it is. Might be in the easement, yeah. Anyway, it probably is not very pertinent since it's going to be underground, and I was just sort of confused about the language, but oh yeah, it was about, let's see, I'm looking at the place now, it was about removing trees, and I really hope that doesn't have to happen very much. And
yeah, I see where you're at. It's this would be the fourth or fifth paragraph. The grant of the easement includes the right to remove all trees, brush, vegetation improvements, obstruction within the said easement area. So again, I think that there is, in many instances when you bury the line, there is a need to remove some of the vegetation to be able to do that. I do believe that they've done what they can to avoid that as much as possible, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have to work, I believe, with the city at that point on tree removal as well.
yeah, there was something specifically about guidelines, but I can't find it. So don't worry about it. I just thought it was an anomaly. And
one more question for you. There's zero cost to the county for the burying of the lines by Holy Cross.
Zero cost to the county, correct.
Thank you. I wish it would be that case for all homeowners.
See what we can do.
yeah, me too.
Yeah. So the staff recommendation is to approve the ordinance granting the underground easement and right-of-way to Holy Cross Energy on the first reading, and then we would set this for a second reading on March 11th.
So we have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
I think I'm still here for the next one.
We will see you for number 6.
Okay.
So we have individual consideration items, emergency resolutions, confirmatory reading, and public hearing. This is a public hearing. We will take public comment regarding Phillips Mobile Home Park. Kevin Warner.
Okay, I'm back. Today we're, like you said, we're in a confirmatory reading. So this resolution was signed 2 weeks ago, and it was a request to apply for a DOLA EIAF grant, and the grant has been submitted, and so we're just back here to confirm that and to move forward with it. There, I will say that I believe you've gotten a revised resolution in your packet from the one that was included online, and that now you have in front of you the version of that is signed already, and the one actual change to that was what we spoke about last time when I was here 2 weeks ago, was that that morning we had gotten updated information on the probable costs, and so instead of saying $400,000 of approximate matching funds, this says 400,017 and 050. So that's the only substantive change. Other than that, it just shows the signatures on it.
Questions for Kevin?
No, but I'm happy to make a motion if there's.
It's
if you
public
wanna-
hearing.
Oh, it's a public hearing.
So
Yeah,
I
let's
will.
have people jump in here.
Any questions for Kevin before I open up the public hearing? Opening up the public hearing both in the workplace and in the room regarding the DOLA grant.
I guess I could add one just for clarification. The water wheel project's essential, regardless of what happens at Phillips. It's an essential element if we're looking at failing infrastructure down there over the years, or what do you say, deferred maintenance for so many decades. Is that correct?
So we have currently existing, there's 3 wells on the Phillips Mobile Home property, and this would replace, we would be replacing all 3 in the long run. This will, 2 of them would go away as these were drilled, and they are, again, like some of these other things, are kind of reaching their end of life, and so yes, it is important to go ahead and bring in the new wells to just improve the infrastructure and the reliability.
Right. Thank you.
Anything further for Kevin? Seeing no hands online and no one in the room, I'm closing public comment, bringing it back to the board for a motion.
I'd make a motion to approve.
Greg?
I don't think we've read the whole thing, though. You didn't read the whole thing when we introduced it.
So
Would you mind
at
reading
this
the whole
point,
thing, Greg?
I would take a
Let
motion,
Jeffrey.
which would be an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing submission of an application for a grant from the Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund, for the completion of the Phillips Mobile Home Park Water Well Development Project, and if awarded, authorize the chair to sign the grant agreement. The grant agreement was signed on February 12th at the emergency resolution. It was signed on February 12th by the chair with the correct amount.
The grant application was signed, and this would allow for, the resolution as written would not require us to come back with a new resolution if the grant was awarded. We could come back and have a signature from the chair to accept the grant. So you're not only approving the application, but also approving the acceptance of it.
Thank you for the
I
clarification.
will second the motion.
Any further comments or discussion? Thank you for the clarification by Kevin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't want to stay for number 7?
No, I'll be back after bed.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Raleigh's on deck.
And Raleigh, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, of course.
One of these days we'll put you first.
Pardon?
One of these days we'll put you first.
No, that's okay. I had to be here for Peter. Very exciting
Right.
stuff.
Yeah, that's good. I know. How long have you been
It's
working on
been,
that?
it took a while. But, Wonderful. Raleigh Backrack, the PACT administrator with the Public Health Department. We are here for a second reading of the cost-sharing MOU between Pickens County, City of Aspen, and Town of Snowmass. That would be for PACT expenses not otherwise covered by grants. Our Pickens County dollars for 2026 budget year would be coming from the public health reserves, so we would not need to go for a budget supplemental. And I think the only other thing to touch on is those percentages of up to amounts have been agreed upon by City of Aspen, APD, and Snowmass, as well as Pickens County leadership.
Excellent. So the percentages that Raleigh identified were 39%, or $55,000 for Pitkin, City of Aspen 36%, or $50,000, and 25%, or $35,000 for the Town of Snowmass Village.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for Raleigh?
Nope.
This is a public hearing, opening up to public comment, both in the workplace and in the room. I just don't like saying Zoom.
This is not a workplace here in live.
This software is called the workplace.
I know, but this isn't a
or
workplace.
this workplace. Either one. Either one. Closing public comment, bringing it back to the board. At this point, I would entertain a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between Pitkin County, City of Aspen, and Town of Snowmass Village to share the cost of the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Teams, PACT, program expenses not otherwise covered by external grant funding.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for your time.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Raleigh.
Mr. Holzinger.
And the Carvellis are here also.
You could try nicotine for that.
They want to come up. Right side.
Oh, cool. And Peter Gregg has joined us this time.
Yeah.
So he apologizes for his
Right,
absence
missed you last time.
And thanks for joining us again. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. I'm going to get you a map.
Paul Holzinger, Open Space and Trails.
Thank you, yes. Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Pitkin County.
Yeah.
And this is the second time we're seeing this conservation easement donation here. And I'm glad Greg is here because I think he had a hand in directing Peter to the right folks, which now we're here. And nothing has changed since first reading, but to go over the aspects of this project, the property that we're talking about is outlined in yellow to the north of this map here. Right at the top, it's bordered by Forest Service. Let me change my hand here. It's bordered by Forest Service to the north, and this is the neighborhood that's right at the confluence of Conundrum and Castle Creek, and the Conundrum trailhead is right down here. So it's a very scenic part of the county. Virtually all of these properties look right up that Conundrum Creek Valley. And Peter approached Open Space and Trails to donate the conservation easement and to ensure that the uses on the property and the residential square footage of the property essentially stays the same. We have built in some ability to increase the size of the house up to 800 square feet on top of the 1625 that's already existing. So small amount of square footage to develop an ADU or add it to the existing house. But it will be essentially the same as it has been for the past 50 years. And one of the interesting stories about the property is that when Peter obtained the property, he told the previous landowner that he wouldn't change it, and he's making good on that promise, and just needed the right tool to make that happen. And the history of the property is really interesting, but we're focusing on the conservation values of the creek that runs through here, which is about 1,000 feet. And both sides of the creek are going to be protected, as well as a really beautiful wetland and riparian area down to the north of the property. Here, actually, I'll just bring up another map for you. This whole area on the north is a lower bench that is a beautiful cottonwood gallery. And just to the north, there's the Forest Service, and there was a historic campground up there as well. So you can imagine there is some remnants of an access through the Forest Service if somebody ever did get their hands on this and want to redevelop it. Like all of the other properties kind of surrounding it, it could affect the conservation values of the area. But thankfully, we've worked with Peter and we've got a good conservation easement. He's going to donate this and obtain some tax benefits for it, but it's costing Open Space and Trails and the county virtually nothing except for some due diligence costs. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Greg.
Yeah, thank you. And Peter, Colleen, great to see you here. After all these years, thank you. You made it happen, and I'm really grateful, and I think we all are. So thank you for making this happen. My question is regarding the size of the residence. I'm assuming that Peter has limited that residence size. That's you're doing it, because you know our minimum size is not 2250. As nice as it would be if it was across the county. But I just wanted to clarify that was something, a condition that the Carvellis put on that.
Yeah, correct. They came through and said, we want this to stay the same.
Right.
There's a small garage here.
Right.
That they said would be nice to have some family, a place to stay there. And we were happy to accommodate. But no, this was all Peter's plan.
Well, thank you. I think it's remarkable, and it should be noted that we have a landowner in Pitkin County downsizing voluntarily and donating a conservation easement, and that is something to celebrate. So thank you.
Peter, sorry to put you on the spot. Where were you a ski patroller?
I work at Snowmass Ski Area.
Thank you.
We've seen him at Highlands also.
I did.
We saw you at Highlands, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thought so.
Thank you.
I have a photograph of Peter at Highlands. I can prove he was there.
Thank you. Further questions?
And this is a public?
Yeah, this is second reading and public hearing. Thank you both for your work, and thank you for conserving part of the beautiful part of where we live. So thank you both. This is a public hearing. I'm opening up public comment as well as in the room. So at this point, I'm bringing it back to the board. Any further discussion? Or I would entertain a motion, and I would leave Greg to read the agenda item.
Well, if I must, I'd like to make a motion that we approve and accept the deed of conservation easement for the Carvelli property, and to congratulate Peter Carvelli and Colleen and family for going through with this.
Thank you so much.
Was that a second?
Yes.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you, Greg. Again, on behalf of the board, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Woohoo! We need to celebrate.
We have some Martinellis in the fridge. It's the best. It's the best we can do, given the earlier conversation.
It could be getting older, though. It's been there a while.
Yeah.
Well, I just would like to say, too.
Oh, come on up if you
Peter,
can.
come on. Okay.
Yell it then.
If you're not going to come up, say it anyway.
For doing at least a little bit of limiting development in the county, because we all know it's nice to have open space.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
I'm
Thank
going
you
to
to
stay.
Carvellis.
You gonna stick around?
Yeah, I'm going to stick around.
Number 9, improving an encroachment license.
Yes, the next one isn't as...
Need a break to say thank you to them?
I can
Before they run
pass
out?
out. Yeah, that's nice of you. Thank you.
You know
I
what?
would-
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to
Great.
chase after Peter and say thank you. Greg wants to say thank you personally while they're here. So, grass. Good afternoon. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is Wednesday, February 25th. We are on number 9, which is a second reading, public hearing, which is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving an encroachment license. Welcome back, Mr. Holsinger.
Yes, thank you, Jeffrey. Yes, I'm the Conservation Easement and Agriculture Manager for Pickens County Open Space. And this license agreement has to do with the RAFTA Rio Grande right-of-way, Rio Grande Trail right-of-way. To orient us, this is the old Snowmass Conoco sitting right here.
Snowmass Conoco.
Sorry, Snowmass Conoco. This is Wheatley Open Space. This hashed, it's yellow, but also has a gray or green tint on it, which we purchased from the Dart family several years ago. They kept this half off to the east. But after Pickens County obtained the property with this beautiful agricultural field, we installed a irrigation pump and side roll sprinkler system to aid our agriculture there. And a couple years ago, we powered that with an electric utility line that inadvertently encroached into the RAFTA Rio Grande right-of-way. And the Roaring Fork Transportation Authority, RAFTA, has very specific rules for the Rio Grande Trail corridor here, because this is a rail-banked rail right-of-way. So they have to make sure that they administer anything within that to a very specific level, one of which is nothing can be inside of that without their authority. And we are important partners to them, and so instead of having the county take out this encroachment, they are allowing us to keep it in with a perpetual, or not perpetual, but a annual license that will just automatically renew. So we'll pay $100 every year to keep this utility line, because it would have cost quite a bit extra to take it out and then put it back in. And to show you where it is, there's a power pole that you can kind of see right there. That's where we pulled the power from, and it was right along the line of this. You can see kind of came up and then turned the corner right there. But this is the best option for us. We don't have to dig anything up. We can just keep it in place, and we do appreciate RAFTA for allowing us to just go with that route instead of something that would have cost some extra money.
Greg?
I just want to say, as a representative of Pickens County, I want to express contrition to RAFTA and our gratitude for their understanding. And as the chair of the RAFTA board, I want to say shame on us.
I've apologized so many times.
But it all worked out.
Yeah.
This is a good solution. And it, is probably going to be quite a while before that would need to be revisited.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In the
Thanks for
event,
sorting it out.
in the event a light rail gets put in there, we will have to move it, but we're going to roll that dice.
Right.
Any
Yeah,
further?
I'm sure it's imminent, the light rail.
Any further questions about undergrounding, overgrounding, growing wheat on Wheatley? This is a public hearing, opening the public workplace. We have a serious audience of 2.
Yeah, I think you saw the Wheatley agricultural lease finalized at your last meeting. So we will have some use for that side roll sprinkler, which is going to be some local wheat for the Roaring Fork Mill.
Yeah.
We're excited to have them as a new agricultural lessee.
Looking forward to seeing the new satellite maps and how well they irrigate that field, so thank you. Closing the public workplace and the comments in the room, bring it back to the board, which was approval on the second reading of an ordinance, the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, approving an encroachment license.
I'll move to approve.
And I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a point of order with the board. We have several folks that are in the room that live in the Phillips Mobile Home community, and they have taken time out of their day. And so on number 13 this afternoon, I would like to take public comment from the folks that have taken time out of their work life to join us.
I'm fine with that.
So, Greg.
Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. No.
But
We're on number 13.
We're not there yet.
I was asking in advance. I love the enthusiasm, but I was asking in advance.
Well, any chance we could move it up, or would that throw things off?
We're gonna stick to schedule. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
I will do. Okay. Thank you. Brian Pettit.
Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county, and we've talked about this before. This is a simple easement, underground easement for Holy Cross, because we had to move about 100 to 150 yards of a service line for the upcoming landfill expansion. So this is just protocol for Holy Cross, and it gives them access to that line in case there's a failure in the future.
Excellent.
You definitely don't err on the side of verbosity. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I knew there were folks in the room that
compliment.
kind of wanted to move on. Any questions regarding number 10, which is an underground right-of-way easement to Holy Cross at the Solid Waste Center?
That's right.
No questions.
Seeing none, this is a second reading. I'm opening up the workplace for questions or comments. Seeing none, bring it back to the room. Seeing none, I'm closing public comment. Any questions from the board for Brian?
I'd make a motion.
Excellent. Greg?
I'd make a motion we approve the ordinance granting underground right-of-way easement to Holy Cross Energy
I'll second.
at the landfill.
And just further comment is that we're moving fast through this, but we've heard this 3 times. It is a second reading.
Yes.
So the board has gone in detail, even though we're picking on Brian's brevity. This is the 3rd time it's in front of the board, and appreciate.
My only comment is I appreciate brevity. Brevity is the soul of wit, as I've said before. And I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that.
All of those in favor?
Aye.
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 It's amazing just having 3 commissioners. This is the way all the other counties are except for one.
They get stuff done. They get stuff done.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
So motion to
chop, chop, chop.
motion to change from home rule back to statutory. So we're waiting for Mr. Erickson. Seeing Mr. Erickson, and we see John Houghton. John, you have the floor. So at this point, we're on individual consideration, public hearing for second reading and continued public hearing on March 11th. At this point, we have the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado, approving the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board amendments. Again, in my role as an architect, I served for 2 years on the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code Board. I disclose that, but I am not recusing from this hearing. So I have no
definitely should not.
financial entanglement.
So the reason why attendees aren't showing up, like it says there's 4,
Yeah.
I don't see the names, so I'm not able to like promote anybody.
Yeah.
Do they need to call in again?
So, Andorra, do we need 5 minutes to reboot the Zoom?
Yeah, I was gonna ask this.
Yeah. So we're on a brief break as the building department plugs in. Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, February 25th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We are on agenda item number 11, which is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Building Code amendments, first reading, with second reading on March 11th. And Nicole Rebeck-Stout and John Houghton join us from the Building and Planning Departments, irrespectively.
Thank you, Chair. And we will be covering the next two agenda items. Yeah. Okay. Just want to be clear on that. Great. Okay. Hi.
We are joined by Jeff Erickson.
Thank you. Do you see? Yes.
There he is.
And yes, he's joining as a panelist. So yes, today we are going to go over how we've integrated the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code into our regulations in the Community Development Department, implications for the building code and the land use code. Today is first reading and public hearing, and then we are also on the agenda for March 25th for a second reading and continued public hearing.
I'm showing March 11th.
25th. March 25th.
So the agenda is incorrect.
Let me check. I just had it up.
Yeah, it does say the 11th for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it looks like it's set under the agenda for a continued public hearing on March 11th. We can correct that on the record and set the public hearing today based on whatever motion is made by the board, if that's not, should that motion be forthcoming, and just make sure we specify the date of the public hearing, which it sounds like March 25th is the goal for that. So just keep that in mind as we make a motion on that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. And then I also just want to prepare this group. Since we're doing two agenda items, the presentation is pretty lengthy, as you might imagine. So we have baked in some strategic moments to pause and discuss different topics throughout the presentation slides. So I just wanted to let you know. Should we roll, John?
I think we're ready.
Okay, I'm going to hand it to John.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about. I think you're all familiar with it by this point of how we're here and why we're here. We'll get into the milestones we've hit and we're aiming to hit, where we're coming from and where we're going, comparing what we have now and what is being proposed here, the community outreach that we've done leading up to this and have planned, as well as then digging into the code and getting into the specific requirements of what we're proposing. So how we got here, in 2023, there was a Senate bill that authorized the creation of the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, which Chair Woodruff was a member of. They adopted the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code last year, and now we're here bringing it to you. So again, last July, that Wildfire Resiliency Code was adopted. We had our work session in January, just going in broad strokes about this. We're here today for the first reading. As we've already hashed out, March 25th, we're hoping for a second reading, with the code required to be adopted by April 1st by the state, and then in effect by July 1st. We anticipate 30 days after adoption, or after notice, our code will be in effect after second reading. So where is this text coming from in the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code? It's based on two primary documents, one being the IWUC, which is the Wildland Urban Interface Code, the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, and the other being the State Forest Service Home Ignition Zone Guide. Those two, in addition to a variety of other documents, but largely those two documents are where this code has come from. And then again, counties, municipalities, and fire districts are all required to adopt some version of this code or an approved equivalent.
Okay, so the, like we discussed, currently our wildfire hazard codes live in our land use code. And so this model code from the state has triggered us to parse out some regulations in the building code to comply with the state, and also keep some regulations in the land use code. So we'll be going through those two pieces, and then just clarifying that after the code, the building code is in effect, that code would be applicable to all projects coming in for permits, and regardless of what their vesting, what's in their vested approval. So we looked at this table last time. This is on 2 slides. What this is showing, or what we're trying to demonstrate here, is that Pickens County has regulated wildfire hazards since 2006, at least in its current form. And so we're going line by line for each regulation topic and showing you where it's going to go, if it's going to remain in the land use code or be moved to the building code. I think this is something to be proud of, that we already had really rigorous regulations in place, and we're not starting from scratch like a lot of communities in Colorado. So the first one is the wildfire hazards map. Currently, that's in the land use code, and what you see in your ordinances, both ordinances are going to reference that map for land use and building code. Next is the wildfire hazard area delineation and the activity envelope. Activity envelope is a planning process that those statements will remain in the land use code. Defensible space. Currently, this regulations in the land use code. What you will see in your packet is that the defensible space requirements are now in the building code. That would be the chapter 5 for site and area requirements. Access, regulations regarding to access currently are in the land use code and will remain in the land use code. However, we did take this opportunity to move those access requirements out of the wildfire section and move it to our road, driveway, and parking section. Water supply for fire safety is a topic that we currently regulate that was the CWRC was silent on, so we will that content will remain in the land use code. Building materials and structure hardening is currently in the land use code, and we are very excited to move that to the building code where it belongs. And then maintenance and miscellaneous requirements currently in the land use code and will remain in the land use code. The building code, we're really focusing on those regulations that we can verify at time of permit, and as you might imagine, ongoing maintenance isn't something that we can verify it in a context of a permit. One more page of this. Recommendations from a wildfire expert is currently in the land use code. The CWRC is calling this process ground truthing. So that the regulation for ground truthing will be in the building code. However, this process is really helpful to be conducted during the planning process so that folks know what regulations apply to their building permit. So you will see language about ground truthing in the land use code. Site signage is not in the land use code. It is in the county code. And there are some statements that you'll see in the building code related to site signage. Retaining walls, as it relates to wildfire regulations, is not part of our current family of wildfire regulations, but we do have a statement in the building code about those. Same with the fencing in the CWRC is more robust, so that will be in the building code. Plant materials and species, this is something that's not in the land use code. and you will see it in the building code. So that's a great addition to bring our regulations up to current best practices. Fuel storage in the land use code and will remain. And then this forest management typologies is something that we haven't addressed in our current land use code, other than how to treat an aspen tree stand. And so it's an opportunity to add that to the CWRC, given the variable forest types in Pickens County. And those are based on the home ignition zone guide from the State Forest Service. We will get to that in more detail when we look at Chapter 5 for site and area requirements. After this slide, we're going to have a moment to pause for discussion. So this we also looked at last time, although we did add some dates here. Last time we talked to you, we were planning on conducting the CWRC community webinar the following Tuesday. That went really well. We had about 50 participants, and just anecdotally, there were handfuls of folks who were gathered under one Zoom invite in their conference room eating lunch together and listening to our webinar. So it's hard to count exactly how many people that reached, and the recording was available. We also hosted office hours, which was really helpful. We got some great questions from the community that triggered us to think more about the implications of this code, which was great. We are, and then thank you, Jeffrey. We're adding the opinion piece that was published in the Aspen Daily News on February 18th. And then just ongoing, we are always updating our project website with any project updates and resources that will become available. I'm going to pause there before we get into the details of this code.
Commissioner, questions or comments?
I'm good.
I've got 4. In addition to International Wildland Urban Interface Code, National Fire Protection Association was also looked at, including 1140. It did not include 1142. So basically, there's no mention of water. So it continues to be on the county to regulate, along with the districts, whether there's need for sprinkler or fire protection, adequate water supply. So that's one, really just an observation. 2, you said there's no site signage, but there is address marker requirements in the code. It's in 502.2. So I didn't agree with a couple slides up where you had no site signage. 3, retaining walls are. Specifically, no creosote-soaked railroad ties. So I don't know if you'd call that a retaining wall, but really that's a landscape hazard. So site signage should be in the proposed code.
It is.
But it's really just street markers because the purview of the code doesn't extend beyond a parcel boundary. And then 4th, you keep mentioning HIZ or the home ignition zone. It's loosely based on Colorado State Forest Service, but there's certainly changes relative to that overall document, one of which is you could put plantings within the first 5 feet if they're non-combustible or low flammability, whatever we call plants, in the first 5 feet. So people should not be denuding the first 5 feet. We live in rural Colorado. It does not need to look like Lakewood to pick on a Front Range town. So you can still plant within 5 feet of your house, but there is a low ignition plant list, both from the State Forest Service, but also by Vale Fire. And so Vale Fire might be more suitable for our climate, given its elevation and its recommendations, and they've been at it. And so those are my 4. Again, somewhat not rhetorical, but observations based on the presentation. Greg.
Succulents and petrified wood on the. I'll scratch that.
Greg.
The plant list. I was just thinking non-combustible plants.
There's basically a low ignition plant list.
Low ignition.
That again, maybe it's my terminology, but that the goal was not to have like denude 5 feet around the house. Clearly, gravel and topsoil and other things were preferred to plantings, but we didn't. I mean, part of it was, and even in the city of Aspen, you're on a 60 by 100, foot lot, and you've got a building, and then 5 feet of denuded space would be no plantings around your house. So,
You know, flowering annuals and stuff would not burn.
No big deal, right.
I mean, basically, and sorry, the technical term would be the risk of direct flame impingement from a low ignition plant would be pretty low.
Mhm.
And so if you've already done structure and site hardening, having a couple plants around your house is cool, technically.
So,
And yeah, that's reflected in chapter 5.
cool, thank you. But I just want everyone to think
so,
that.
And so is site
yeah.
signage, and so is the retaining
there.
wall.
Thank you.
From a policy, from a practicality conversation, I'm a landowner. I've got a house that's 50 years old and property. I've been doing my own fire mitigation for 20 years. It's insufficient, I'm sure. I'm wondering, are there, just for the benefit of the public, are there any new rules in here that I'm going to have to comply with immediately or within X number of months? Or is this all something I'm grandfathered with and it only happens when I go in for a new building code or land use approval?
Yeah, this is only triggered
Right.
on permits, and there's a whole section on applicability depending on what your project is.
Right.
What types of regulations you would have to comply with, like rebuilding your house versus adding a deck is treated differently.
Right, sure.
So, and we're going to get to that when we go through the
So this
code,
is,
but-
it's not creating an onerous things for people to jump through right now, but as a concerned property owner who wants to harden my house, can I refer to this, or will there be expertise I can draw on to help me determine what's the most, how can I get the best bang for the buck to help harden my home? So practical use for people who want to do the right thing but maybe aren't actually putting in a permit app.
I mean, the best advice that was in the article was, one, it's prospective, so it doesn't apply to anyone in this room unless we pull a permit for either a significant remodel, addition, or new construction. So it doesn't apply to your 50-year-old house, but you should pick up the phone, call Roaring Fork Rural Fire and/or Aspen Fire Protection District and have them do a walkthrough of your house, what you can do proactively without being told by the building department or the planning department. Both will provide that gratis, and they will provide that report to you, which
Great.
is both structure hardening and site work at no charge. So for them, they get boots on the ground. They bring their younger firefighters out, and usually in teams, and actually examine your house.
Great.
So it could be someone as senior as Brooke Stott in Roaring Fork Rural, or some of the junior folks in AFPD. But it gives them boots on the ground, your permission to go look at your house and your property, and again, that doesn't go back to the insurance company. So,
Right, really,
Sorry to
that's
interrupt.
extremely useful, and I hope we can encourage people to take advantage of that. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
you.
And
Good
just
pause.
from conversations with the fire district, they're thinking about how to communicate that to the public more effectively as well. Thanks, Greg. Shall we crack open the CWRC now?
Please.
Okay.
All right, let's dig in. We're going to go through all 5 chapters, at least briefly. We'll touch on what's in each chapter, starting with chapter 1, scope and administration. So this really is talking about why this code exists, when does it apply, how is it applied, that kind of thing. As you can see from the purpose here, regulations in this code are intended to mitigate the risk to life and structures from intrusion of fire, from wildland fire exposures and fire exposures from adjacent structures, and to mitigate structure fires from spreading to wildland fuels. That's why we're here, and that's why we're talking about this code. And then I think the other big part of this chapter 1 is applicability. What does this apply to, and when does this apply to existing structures? The new structures are easy to understand. It always applies. So as far as existing structures go, if you replace more than 25% of your roof, your full roof has to comply with the requirements of the code. Or you have to demonstrate that the rest of your roof meets the requirements of the code, which in Pickens County is not a big deal. It's the same requirement we've had since 2006. The siding might be a little bit of a bigger deal. If you take off a quarter of your siding, the entire siding has to comply, and that's the minimum standard that was set forth by the state and the code board. If you replace 25% of your siding, 100% of your siding must comply. Again, you can demonstrate that it already does. That would be a path forward, but otherwise you're replacing all of it. And then additions to existing buildings that are more than 500 square feet have to comply, and that's specifically speaking to that addition. You're not retroactively going to the rest of the house when you're doing that addition. And then interior alterations are exempt. There's nothing to do if you're only working inside. Just two other, the next two slides are structures that are exempt or that we have modified requirements. So one is basically your shed, an outbuilding that's 120 square feet or less, and more than 10 linear feet, more than 10 feet from your habitable structure. So that could be your house, it could be your CDU, anything that people are spending time in. It has to be 10 feet away or greater. And it has to be that small 120 square feet. We're not introducing a large fuel load with that structure. That's why those are exempt. And that also lines up with other building codes, similar to when structures are exempt from permit. The other thing we wanted to call out in Chapter 1 is agricultural structures. The model code exempts all agricultural structures, I believe, that are 50 feet away from an occupiable building. We've amended that to include property lines. That wasn't in the model code. So you have to be 50 feet from an occupiable building and 50 feet from a property line, and we still want that Class A roof. And that Class A roof is what prevents embers from burning through and starting a fire. It's ember protection. That's what we regulate to today, and all three fire districts felt, that should continue, that these shouldn't necessarily be entirely exempt.
I know you have a time for questions. Should I wait?
Actually, this is a great time.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay if I go? So if you build a barn that's less than 50 feet from your property line, it has to meet the same specifications as a dwelling?
From another building, from the house.
No, but he said 50 feet from the property line, it's also.
Yeah.
Why 50 feet from the property line?
That 50-foot number, because you can't control what happens on the other side of the property line, I think was the intent behind that regulation. So it's 50 feet from occupiable structures, and then I know in Pickens County you can't build up to the property line, but in theory you could build up to the property line with an occupiable structure, and then you're in violation of that 50 feet to an occupiable structure.
So Jeff may further that answer, and then I may further that answer. Jeff Erickson.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Sorry I'm not there in person. I just didn't want to make everyone sick. Francie mentioned the ag structure meeting the same requirements as the dwelling, and that's not the case. We're only asking the ag structure to meet Class A roof requirements. The dwelling will have other requirements because you'll see later on as we get into the slides, all parcels in Pickens County are going to be in the high wildfire zone. And the Class A roof is more of a low wildfire zone requirement.
Yeah, but what's the deal with 50 feet from the property line?
So 50,
I mean, you could answer it.
No, so 50 feet from the property line has to do, again, John pointed out some of it, which is we're worried about the size of the package, but it's also based on science that came out of NIST, which is called hazard mitigation methodology, and it deals with the separation between structures. And so the concern was a structure-to-structure fire, which is where the 50 feet.
Yeah,
There might be a structure on the other property.
You could potentially build on your property, the other property line, so you'd be within 50 feet of that agricultural structure.
Part of the concern on the board was looking at the Marshall Fire. Marshall Fire has now sort of been recoined a fast fire, where it went through 5 miles of structure in an afternoon. And so hazard mitigation methodology comes out of NIST, out of Boulder, and scientists there that looked at the structure separation distance. And basically, the whole goal with having those concentric rings around structure or orthogonal rings around the structure are the further you go. If you've gotten rid of 100 feet, if you've 100 feet of protection around your site, you're not worried about you've cleaned up, if you will, the parcel. And so, but if you have if you introduce another structure next to a structure, one's going to take out the other.
Right, I
And
get
so-
that. You're just allowing the other property owner to build right up to the line, basically by.
Yeah, or if it already exists.
Otherwise, it's 100 feet
Maybe it's
between
pre-existing.
the structures.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't tackling zoning, it's really just tackling that structure separation distance.
Mhm.
And so it's a recognition if two structures are near each other, how do we reduce that?
I get that. I'm just saying that if it were 25 feet,
Yeah.
then, and the other property owner had 25 feet, then it would be 50 feet. It would be less restrictive for the property owner. So, anyway.
Again, the code is attempting to address a parcel of, it doesn't apply to a parcel of 36 acres. It only applies to a parcel of 35 acres or less. So it was, again, an attempt by the state to have a one-size-fits-all, whether it was a 60 by 100 lot or a 35-acre lot. And so the science sort of won out, even though you have two different, massively different scenarios in terms of package and potential fire load.
Well, can I tag onto that? Just wondering, to Francie's point, could you say the minimum distance to any other structure has to be 50 feet or more? And if there isn't one on the property line or within, if there's one 30 feet from the property line, you could do yours 20 feet and be without,
Right.
If there's no setback. I'm just thinking, if there's a grandfathered property line that has a barn right on it, as no doubt exists somewhere in the county, the minimum distance has to be 50 feet. That's the point you're trying to make, is that
Right.
right? There's some logic to that, but is that a rule we can change, or does the state law supersede it?
I'm thinking of a smaller lot that has a small barn. They have one horse, they live on 10 acres or something, and maybe it's a long, narrow lot or something. And so coming in 50 feet from the property line could be pretty prohibitive for somebody who wants to build a small horse stall or something like that, on a smaller lot. I'm not talking about a
In a
big.
group of smaller lots where somebody else may be on the
Yeah,
line.
so if you allow 25 feet and the other people allow 25 feet, you've met your goal.
Right.
So Jeff, I think he's going to say that, again, this is a minimum state code. If we wanted to be more stringent, we could, but we couldn't be less stringent than the state code. But I'll let Jeff answer that
Yeah,
question.
and again, this is not an onerous requirement.
Yeah.
This is something we've been requiring for all structures in Pickens County since 2006. Is a Class A roof. That's an asphalt shingle or a metal roof with an underlayment, and everyone is already practicing these methods anyways. So it's not an onerous requirement.
Not a big deal, okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks for that, for the understanding.
It's not the roof I'm talking about. So that's okay. Let's move
Yeah.
on. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to clarify that you could still build in that first 50 feet. You're just building to that more onerous requirement.
Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe we can come back to this when we go over what's in Class 1 versus Class 2.
I don't need you to change anything. It's fine.
Okay. We're going to go to Chapter 2, which is definitions. Correct, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We won't bore you with all the definitions. There's a number of terms that are defined. These are some important ones that we've pulled out, and they'll kind of apply as we look into the requirements for structure hardening. We've got non-combustible defined. There's a standard you can test to, and there's also sort of a common sense option to comply with non-combustible. You've got fire retardant treated wood, which, to be clear, in this definition refers to wood that is treated at manufacture and pressure treated. It's not a topical or topically applied on site. So there's not a coating or a paint that you could apply and meet this definition of fire retardant treated wood. These are products that exist. I think they're going to become more common as this is a requirement throughout the state, but it's already a standard and a product that exists. And then we've got ignition resistant building material, which again, it lists a specific test you have to comply with to meet that definition.
Any questions about definitions before we go to mapping? Okay. Let's move to wildfire hazard identification and mapping.
Are you moving past the definitions now? Is that what you?
I can, or we can stay on definitions.
If you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
I just have a question about something. Okay to go?
Please.
I'm a little bit concerned about when you're talking about the low fire intensity classification, 303.2.1. Just the whole map. I have several questions about the map. Are you going to address the map later? I'll wait.
Okay, so go to the map.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, just I'll wait till you naturally get to the map.
Okay, we're going there next. So you won't wait long. Okay, this, I believe we looked at these at the work session in January. What this map is showing is our current Pickens County wildfire hazard mapping. You see 3 different colors shown. The green is what we're currently regulating as low wildfire hazard. The peach color, which is where the airport is a medium hazard area. And then the dark red is what we regulate as severe. So those are 3 levels. The state mapping, which I'm going to flip to now in the same geography. I push the button, but it didn't go. Okay. There's also three fire intensity classifications. However, low fire intensity is not represented in Pickens County. So Pickens County is mapped by the state as being all moderate fire intensity or high fire intensity. So moderate is this orange color, and then the red is the high. The other thing you'll notice about this map is there's unmapped areas. You can see, I'm dragging my cursor slowly. I think you can see it. But the ABC area is an unmapped area, and City of Aspen is unmapped area. According to the state, those areas are not required to be regulated by this code. However, the way our current regulations work is our regulations apply to everyone in Pickens County. So we brought this question to the fire districts to get their take on it. AFPD chimed in about the ABC in particular, and then Carbondale and Rural Fire Protection District, they have a large area, the Prince Creek area, as unmapped. Both of those districts recommended that we regulate those properties for moderate fire intensity. So what we've done in the regulation is we're not amending the map, but we have a statement in the ordinance that you'll see that unmapped areas shall comply with requirements for moderate fire intensity. We think that can be a more sustainable way to use this regulation moving forward, since this map is intended to be updated on every 3 years cycle. So.
And so what's the map that we got in our packet? That's different.
Yeah, I can.
Has all the layers.
Let's go there. I'm happy. We do want to pause here and have a discussion anyway, so I think it'd be great to just pull up the map that our GIS team has put together for us. And this is available to the community. Okay, so you can see what we have here. So what our GIS team has done is piped in the state layer into a map that our community can use because it shows the parcels. The state map doesn't have the parcel data on it. There's actually 2 other things I want to cover here before we go to. I'll zoom in over here, Francie, because this is actually the largest unmapped areas over here in your in your zone. So the other thing you'll notice about this map is that our federal lands have this hatching over them. The CWRC didn't have a statement in the model code about the treatment of federal lands, but there is a statement on the state's map that the regulations don't apply to federal lands. We have added a statement in your packet in the ordinance that clarifies that federal lands, that this code applies to federal lands. That's one. And then the other one I wanted to point out is, Jeffrey, you brought up the inholdings. I had our GIS team highlight these properties that are a minimum of 35 acres and completely surrounded on all sides by federal lands or public lands. So what the model code was saying is those properties are exempt from complying with the code. And the way we have treated that is taken from the principle of our current practice as we regulate all properties in Pickens County for wildfire hazards, is we actually have a statement in the land use code. We have a family of regulations that these properties need to comply with, which is modeled after a class 1 requirement, but then there's a statement about if the fire department wants to add more requirements, they have the ability to do so. So we will get into the land use code amendment at the end of our presentation, but I just wanted to let you know that would be coming.
Real quick, for the public, when they look at their parcel and it has all the land use. Thanks, Indora. Sorry. For the public, when they look at now an individual parcel level, so if they come out of GIS, will that map layer now reflect the Colorado State Forest Service map and not the existing Pitkin map? So they actually understand when they start drawing what their actual risk is. So in other words, we've got a lot of outmoded data that's currently at the parcel level. When do we start seeing this data fill in the parcel level data? So if I was looking at Greg's house, 50 years old, it would say it's either moderate or high. So when is that understanding? Is it at adoption we've moved to the new map, and then
yes.
Planner, I forget the name, Map GIS Planner Edition, Maps and More, thank you. I knew there was a catchy title.
Yes.
Yes. Is that going to be reflected the day that we adopt this? So we're not looking at a 20-year-old map layer and I'm saying my house is still low.
Right. So yes, both ordinances not only have the text amendments, but they also there's an action to adopt this map.
So GIS then reflects that. Pitkin County GIS then reflects that.
On the effect date.
Okay.
So
thank you.
After we public notice, whatever day that is, early May, we'll have GIS swap out the layer.
Cool.
Including
the text is what I'm asking.
Oh, the text will be updated in the county code on the effect.
The text on the parcel level data is reflected in Maps and More, either ComDev edition or Human Person edition.
Like for the parcel report is what you're
Yes.
referring to.
Yes, please.
Yes, that will all be
Cool.
That is on our next steps list to
Okay,
coordinate.
thank you. And Jeff, you've had your hand up for a while, and then Greg.
Yeah, it's okay. I was just going to point out if you had the code in front of you, that section 30333 has the language in the building code for the unmapped areas.
Okay.
And those unmapped areas are class 2 structure hardening and site and area requirements.
Awesome.
Which is, as you know, Jeff, moderate and high are the same requirements,
Right.
class 2 requirements.
Thank you. Further questions? Or are we good with maps for today?
I'm not.
Sorry, Greg, and then Francie.
One, I just think it's interesting that they use hexagons for the discrete pixels. And then the other thing was, it just escaped me. I wanted to just discuss, since you have the ABC was unmarked. It's moderate. Yet at the ABC, I know there are people concerned that it's really overgrown, and it's probably more than moderate. So how do we reconcile that? Just pointing that one out in particular. Then the other one is, I want to make sure the link to the map, like the map that's on your page, Exhibit B, isn't an interactive map is on my thing. So a link to that map would be great to include in the packet.
In the ordinance?
Yeah, just so we've got that in the packet so we can go and refer to that, because that map is so dense with information, you can't zoom into it. Just the PDF or whatever it is that shows up in the packet.
You don't mean just in the ordinance, you want to have a link?
I think, yeah, certainly in all the documents, so that when I or anyone else is trying to locate this and is following along before the next meeting anyway, they'll be able to get to that map easily. Let's make it easy to get to.
And if I may, Francie, I would add again that they go to either ComDev edition or Maps and More Human edition.
Right.
Because what he really cares about is not the hexagon. He cares about the parcel level details and how is his house mapped. So maybe a link to that as well if people are not familiar with
those links are
More
useful.
and Maps and More.
Yeah, the reason that data is not actually on Maps and More right now is because you haven't adopted that as a map. So we've created this map for our engagement purposes and engaging with you all about what the map so you can get familiar with
Understood.
what the map is that you would be adopting. I think a question for so the memos have the links, the hyperlinks to the maps. I think I was hesitant to add a hyperlink to the ordinance because I don't know if that.
Maybe you can't do that. I don't know.
I don't know if it's useful because the link would get broken or if it would be obsolete.
I'm going to try to move us a little faster. So Francie and then Jeff.
So the map that we have on page 155 of our packet is nothing like that. And it's called the Pitkin County Wildfire Resiliency Code. And it doesn't have all the colors in the legend that it has in the map. One of your maps that you had up there had the same purple areas as this map, and there's nothing that says what those purple areas are. So it's really hard to interpret this map. That's one of my questions. And my other question is, if you're in a unclassified property or area, whatever you call that, and you're trying to buy insurance for your property, what do you tell them? I mean,
so the state participated in our Roaring Fork Valley workshop in October. Yeah, the one Jeff attended. So you were here for this answer. The state assured us that the insurance companies were not allowed to use this map to determine insurability. This map is really strictly used to determine what the regulations are.
The codes, yeah.
Right. So in terms of like questions about insurance, I mean that gave me a lot of reassurance when the fire districts were interested in sort of starting to map those unmapped areas, that wasn't going to have implications for insurability. I think there's like an office of insurability that the state has, and there's some oversight with those that. So that's really all I can say, Jeffrey.
Yeah, no, and then I'll go to Jeff. The DOI, which is the Department of Insurance, and I'm going to blank on his name, I think it's Mike Marshall, was not on the board, but there were insurers on the board. And again, the insurance companies are using their own risk ratings and their own fire hazard maps. So the fact that Colorado State Forest Service, who prepared this map, didn't map your individual parcel is separate from what the insurance company is looking at or potentially basing your rates on.
But I would think that if you wanted to appeal what the insurance company is telling you, you want to have something to back you up, and so this would be a likely place to go to back it up. But they're not related. Insurance in this, that seems weird.
Insurance was certainly an input. So every decision made in terms of structure hardening and site hardening was based on insurability, cost, and I'm going to blank on the third one. My brain's just not there right now. Health safety, sorry, the third one.
Yeah.
So, we're protecting the homeowner. What's the cost of protecting the homeowner, and how does this improve insurability? So those were the three factors. And the insurance industry, including Mike Marshall, was involved in the creation of this. So, we need to do more as a state to improve insurability. This map is just one of the tools. But again, if you came up or Greg came up with his 50-year-old house and said, hey, I don't like the way the state's mapped me as moderate, I've done all this site and structure hardening, it's 3 years till you update your map, he could go out and say, hey, Jonathan Losky, you're a certified wildfire and wildlife expert. I need you to look at my house.
Okay.
And he could then present that report back to the building department and say, actually, I went from moderate to low. I want to be classified as low when I come in for a building permit. So it's
Right.
still,
Okay.
the opportunity is still there for the homeowner. I think we called it ground truthing earlier, but that's still there.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have a
great,
slide
thanks.
about that.
And you did have a picture up just a second ago with the purple sections. What are they? Do you know?
Right, these properties are the in-holding properties, and
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And those are the ones that are exempt from the regulations, but you have a different set of guidance for those properties.
Yes, and we'll
Okay,
get to
great.
that in the land use
Yeah.
code.
And then
Thank you.
We're going to go to Jeff and then try to move us off mapping for a minute, because we spent 2 years on mapping, so I'm sure we could do the same in this room. Jeff, did you have something else on mapping?
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback off what you said. The good way to look at this map in the code is you see a bunch of orange and red. It's really all just red. Everything in Pickens County is going to be high wildfire. Even if you're considered moderate, you're still building to the same standards as severe. I just wanted to verify that.
Thank you.
I hope no insurance company is listening when you say that.
No, I
I'm
mean,
not kidding. That's like, to say that is just not accurate. I mean, it's disturbing to me that people who live in grasslands, which in your thing says is a low fire danger area, are being classified as high intensity. And I'm confused. Why bother to map it if it's all red?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're saying, Jeff.
Honestly,
Well,
I'm getting to the ground truthing next.
show
but-
orange and red,
Yeah.
but there's still only 2 classes of requirements. So class 1 is strictly just your class A roof, and that's low wildfire zones. We don't have any of that. The class 2 is moderate and severe requirements. So that's going to be everything that John and I are about to get into with structure hardening and site and area requirements. They have the same build requirements. I'm not sure why. Jeffrey may be able to elaborate on that.
There was a simplicity move, and I would say driven by the building department, driven by the mass builders in the state of Colorado. So while there were 3 levels of intensity on the map, and again, if you look at the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, there's both 3 levels of intensity and there's also 3 levels of hardening. At some point, someone said this is a minimum state code for the state of Colorado, and we would simplify. And so, again, I can't point to health safety, insurability, or cost, but it was driven by the mass, the Lennars of the world, the mass builders. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Francie, I don't disagree with you. I don't think that map is completely accurate everywhere. So let's get to that. But
Okay.
yes, this is important to know before we move on, because we've talked a lot about what's class 1, what's class 2, and we haven't, this is the first time you're really seeing that. So class 1 is required for all areas, all mapped areas, essentially. It's, if you're in a low fire intensity area, you have to comply with class 1 regulations. And just simply put, they're the most basic. Class 2, that's for the areas that are mapped as either moderate or high fire intensity, plus the unmapped areas. And simply put, it's just more requirements. Now, what your point at, like, I'm thinking about all the irrigated lands just at the bottom of Prince Creek Road.
Yeah.
You know, what those folks would do in the hypothetical scenario where they would want to come in for a building permit and they knew what was happening on the ground and didn't think class 2 was appropriate for them, is they would commission a ground truthing report, which is what there's a whole section about it in the CWRC, and that allows for a privately commissioned report to sort of identify those bullet points. Like you said, it's like irrigated lands, there's no slopes. They can kind of estimate what the fire behavior would happen. I'm thinking about Flying Dog West right now, you know. So that report would come in, and perhaps the report would say, you know, this property, where they want to develop is a low wildfire intensity. The map is incorrect. Then we would get that report and share it with Carbondale Rural and Fire. Do you agree with this? And if they agree with it, then those folks can comply with the Class 1 requirement.
Okay, so there is
There's
sort of
a pathway.
It's not exactly an appeal, but it's a process that's, okay, great.
And we've seen that today where, again, Jonathan Losky came in on Turnabout Ranch and he said, great, Pitkin County map said this, but I'm Jonathan and, you know, and I've walked out in the irrigated pasture up on Turnabout and it's actually low. And so we, Pitkin, have said so we do that today. In the 2006 code, there's room for a landowner to say, I object, I have my own expert, you know, and here you go. And even today, again, Aspen Fire Protection District went out and mapped every single home, boots on the ground, over the past couple of years. So they have, in essence, their own map because they looked at structure and site as someone sitting on the ground, not someone sitting in Fort Collins.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry to digress so much.
No, it's an important, again, the difference, and Jeff's shaking his head, the difference of a Class A roof, non-combustible decking, and gable vents is a really low cost, right? And you protected yourself from embers. Now we're saying you need to protect yourself from embers, from direct flame, you know, any other heat transfer, so your whole building is rock solid. And that's where that's where the state ended up.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if it was my house, I'd say, okay, I just want to worry about embers. I want to be low. But I think, again, the way people are building today, they're building with hardy board, they're building with stone, they're building with fiber cement, they're building with ignition-resistant materials already. This is not, and you know, it's not new to the state of Colorado. So.
Well, speaking of your list of structure hardening ideas, we are going into structure hardening right now, if that's okay.
Please.
Okay.
And Jeff, do you still have your hand up?
No, I'm good. Sorry, I'll lower it.
Thank you.
Can you speak just a little bit louder, Nicole? Thank you. Or closer to your mic or something. I know that, don't do that, just talk louder.
Just talk.
All right, so I'll take us into structure hardening. This is anything you do to your structure that will resist the spread of fire. Again, Class 1 is focused on roofing, gutters and downspouts, and vents, specifically attic or eave vents. And then Class 2, which applies to those orange and red areas, which again is what Pitkin County is mapped as, not that there's not a path to only comply with Class 1, addresses projections at roof lines, exterior walls, decks, windows, and doors. So we're just going to walk through a couple diagrams of a house, and we're going to point out the specific part of the house and what the requirement is for that. So we've talked a lot about roofs. Class A roof is what's currently regulated. That just means you're protected from embers. It's a fire rating. What is new on the roof is the valley flashing. Effectively, the concern is that those valleys are where debris builds up, pine needles, leaves, that kind of thing, and you wanted some extra protection in those valleys. It's not a difficult requirement to comply with, but it is a new requirement.
Okay.
Staying on the roof, vents and gutters. Gutters weren't previously regulated. Now that they're specifically required to be non-combustible. I'm not familiar with any project that installed gutters that weren't non-combustible,
really.
but it's specific.
Wooden gutters, that's interesting.
It's specifically called out in the CWRC, and that is a difference from our current requirements. Eaves and soffits have to be protected, and then ventilation openings. It was already regulated. It's just the mesh size has gotten a little bit smaller with the CWRC. So that was essentially the Class 1 requirements, what we just walked through. We're moving into Class 2. Exterior wall coverings, it's similar to what we regulate now. Well, there's exterior wall assemblies and exterior wall coverings. Coverings would be anything you put on top of your wall, your siding, essentially. And that's specifically regulated to non-combustible materials, fire retardant treated wood, or ignition resistant building materials. And that goes back to those definitions. They specifically have a process for categorizing materials. The wall itself has to be constructed, the exterior side, to meet any of those requirements listed there. So that's non-combustible materials, fire retardant treated wood, ignition resistant materials, a 1 hour fire rating, and that's rated from the exterior side, and then heavy timber or log wall construction. So there's options there, and again, that's similar to our land use code today, but there's more prescriptive options to meet the code.
So if it's stucco, I'm sorry, could I ask?
No, please.
So let's say stucco is rated as one of the best, but inside the stucco, is it just that outside layer that they're talking about? Not what's just inside the 3/4 inches of stucco?
Essentially, yes. So like that wall covering category, those meet the requirements of the wall, exterior wall category, or they could potentially meet the requirements of that exterior wall category.
Okay.
If that makes sense. That's
But that's an or list. This or that or that or that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then there's flashing at the bottom 6 inches. Again, that's a new requirement, but not necessarily an onerous one.
Mm-hmm. That's always been like that, isn't it?
It's a smart one. I think there's a little bit more also on the garage door, which is, again, worried about the deposition of duff or anything else that's sitting there. So there's basically a seal around a garage door. That's the other one.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
That would be our
Sorry,
next
it's
slide.
coming. It's coming. Sorry. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
Go to the next one.
Yeah. And now talking windows, doors, and decks. Windows is I would say a relatively large change from our current land use code. Currently in a severe wildfire hazard, you have to have tempered glazing for all glazing in your house. The CWRC, I think, has recognized evolving science and understanding of how fire spreads and how wildfire affects homes, and recognizes multi-paned glass and or you can still do a tempered window if you so choose.
Is there a reason we should not be more strict or stricter than the state code and continue with tempered?
This is something we brought to all 3 fire districts, and they felt that it offered equivalent protection or yeah, I guess I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they were supportive of that change.
That they're fine with double pane, low E, no temper. Cool.
I have a question about that.
Please.
So if you're remodeling one of the old houses in, let's say, downtown Aspen, I don't know if they have these codes, but, or maybe it's somewhere else, and the historical, what are they called?
HPC.
Yeah.
Yeah, says you can't change the glass in the windows, then what?
That is addressed. Historic buildings, as long as they're on a register, it can be national or local or state. Essentially, there's an officer, historic preservation officer.
Yeah.
They'll give a recommendation on what can and can't be done that would affect the historic
So
fabric
they
of
get
that
an
structure.
exemption.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
And I worked on that section with Susanna Reed.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good question.
Looking at decks, there's, again, a couple more options than currently, specifically for the decking material. Underfloor enclosure is kind of an odd term, but today it exists in our land use code. You have to enclose your decks all the way to the ground, or you can construct that deck to be a more fire resistant than you otherwise would effectively. You have to meet the same requirements as a wall if you're constructing that deck to meet or to not enclose it all the way to the ground.
So if you have joist and then you have cement deck on top of that, do you have to enclose the bottom as an elevated deck? You'd have to enclose the bottom as well, so the joist wouldn't be exposed.
Or you can use heavy timber, for example, as your
Okay.
joist, and that would be an equivalent option.
It's interesting.
And then exterior doors, again, the glazing would have to comply with the same requirements of glazing, and then a 20-minute door, which is not a difficult standard to meet.
We should pause.
Well, that was the structure hardening in a nutshell. Are there any questions on those requirements?
No.
Keep going.
Wow, great. We're gonna go to site and area next. Okay, so what this is showing is just sort of an overview of what we will look at in Chapter 5 for site and area, and then following site and area, we'll roll right into the land use code. So for site and area, the Class 1 requirements include that immediate zone, which I'll show you a depiction of. That's the 0 to 5 feet area. There is the reg for site signage and retaining wall and fencing. That's all in the Class 1. Class 2 is our intermediate zone. That's 5 to 30 feet. Your ordinance has an adjustment for slopes to the dimensions. We'll go over that. Class 2 also has the expanded zone, which is 30 to 100 feet, plus driveway vegetation management. And then the forest management typologies, just recognizing different defensible space, effective defensible space based on what forest you're in. And then for land use code, when we get there, we're going to go over exemption letters, the ground truthing, the regulation for the 35 acre, the water supply, fuel storage, and then the ongoing maintenance requirements. So that's an overview. I'm going to keep clicking. Okay, so this is a depiction of those zones we talked about. The immediate zone that is designed to reduce and eliminate ember ignition and direct flame contact with buildings. That's 0 to 5 feet. If someone is mapped or there's an agreement to map that person as low wildfire hazard, this would be their area that they need to modify. Then the next zone is intermediate zone. That's intended to give an approaching fire less fuel to help reduce its intensity as it gets closer to the development. And then the expanded zone basically goes out 100 feet, and that is just trying to keep the fires on the ground. So let's go into what's in each zone in terms of regulations. In zone 1, this is non-combustible and hard surfaces material. There's no planting except ignition-resistant planting is permitted. And then no new trees and the requirement to prune existing trees. In addition to those sort of defensible space requirements, for Class 1, a person would need to comply with the site signage requirement. One of these topics is to mark the fire protection equipment, so that would be like a dry hydrant. Next is the retaining walls are either non-combustible or ignition resistant in this area, if it's adjacent or in proximity of the house, property line, or essential for the driveway. And then fencing shall also be non-combustible or ignition resistant. I wrote here that vinyl is permitted. That was from the CWRC staff. would recommend or wants to wants to float with this group if we can delete that as an option and instead use the other language in the CWRC about using non-combustible materials.
So I would implore this board, as I implored the state of Colorado for 2 years, not to use petrochemical products either as siding or as fencing. So if it's used as fencing or as windows, it basically delaminates. In the case of windows, the window actually, the pane just drops to the ground and you now have a hole in the side of your house where embers can fly into. In the case of fencing, it delaminates from metal or whatever else structure it's holding it up, and then it's breathed by our first responders when they come to put out the fire. So I'd like to see no vinyl products anywhere in Pitkin County, neither as walls, fences, or windows. And so for those people that believe they need vinyl windows for cost, it's really costly to rebuild when the ember flies into your house. And again, just look up Lahaina or look up California. The stucco homes that were lost in California generally had stucco with vinyl windows.
Right.
The vinyl windows melted, and then
The fire went inside.
the pane literally fell, so you'll see the glass on the ground, and the fire is then going in a 10-foot, square dipping
Wow.
hole. So to me, it's not a building product. We should continue. It is called petrochemicals, and it's what we're breathing when we have, a wildfire. So I'm floating that, and then I would love the rest of the board to push back.
I would make a motion that we accept Jeffrey's proposal.
Okay, great.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we
And
have.
so you're okay with wood sashes and metal?
So wood's going to be, if your head, sill, and jamb is likely going to be aluminum in this case,
Yeah, they're mostly
or
aluminum.
steel.
Yeah.
Generally, an untreated wood's going to be verboten in this case because of fire risk.
Yeah,
So,
so aluminum,
And
aluminum clad.
aluminum clad is generally what you're going to specify. If you're higher end, you'd specify thermally broken steel. But generally, I think what we'll see in this market will be aluminum or steel. Vinyl should be, it's a minimum code, so that we in Pitkin should say, no, we're going above that. We want greater protection. This was, again, I call them the cheap and cheerful builders. I don't need to call out Lennar, but I think there's people that do manufactured homes, and they're looking for the lowest cost, highest production, and so they want opportunities like this. But again, it doesn't belong. If you read the debrief from both Lahaina and California, it says do not use vinyl. So
Plus, it's not as weatherproofed. I mean,
Yeah.
it lets heat out and cold. And cold in much more than.
and fencing in Pitkin. So if you're looking for view protection, you can do metal. You can do chain link. You can do split rail. Split rail can be fiber cement. They do make cementitious 3-bar split rails. So there's plenty of options that aesthetically get you where you want to be, but also don't make it so you have a cedar fence linking up to a fire protected house, right? So, cedar is obviously verboten, but so is.
But
so
split
should
rail out in a pasture is not going to burn, right?
The recommendation here is the first 8 feet.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
really just
there.
It's
Okay.
protecting the house and
Yeah.
the eave.
Yep.
The 8 feet rather than 5. Everyone thinks
Yeah.
5. 8 is
If
to
you get
protect you
further
from
than
an
that,
overhang.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, if you want to do 8 feet of fiber cement followed by wood,
Split rail, yeah.
go
okay.
for it.
Yeah, I see.
But I'm saying again, there's other products like fiber cement that mimic split rail. They do make a fiber cement split rail today. So
That's cool.
yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Yeah, Jeff, thank you. We see your hand. Sorry, Jeff.
No problem. I just want to mention that chapter 4 and chapter 5, there's mention of the non-combustible material. And that was partly the reason I added the definition back in chapter 2 for you all to look at. I guess my question would be, would it be okay if there is a non-combustible vinyl product that meets a 1-hour rating, would that product be allowed?
I mean, I've never heard or seen of one. I mean, again,
There are Class A vinyl products, PVC products.
yeah. I mean, I think it's a Pitkin County question. Again, I'm worried about I'm worried both about health safety of the occupant, but also of the first responder. You know, I mean, if you ask a building products person, they're going to say, yeah, of course, you know, I'm great and you should use me. I'm worried about what's that flame spread look like? What's the, you know, in the case of fencing, it's actually just delaminated and sitting on the ground, melting as someone's trying to get into and put out a structure fire. So I'll leave it to you, Jeff.
If I may, I was just
Yeah.
going to recommend, since this is first reading, if
Yeah.
you're up for it, then staff can come back with a recommendation
That
on
would
the
be great.
final for second reading.
That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thanks for flagging it, Jeff.
Should we go to zone 2?
Please.
Zone 2 is the area between 5 and 30 feet. So I just bullet pointed the regs for trees versus shrubs. So individual trees spaced 10 feet between crowns, tree groupings spaced 30 feet between the perimeter of the group, and pruning tree branches. And then for shrubs, there's 10 feet if there's a tree in proximity, and then the shrub group spacing is 2.5 times their mature height, and the diameter of the grouping cannot exceed twice their height. And then I believe there's the requirement to have grasses mowed to 4 inches as well. I didn't include that on the slide.
Which is important, and we've discussed with, I think, we discussed last year with the fire department regarding the berms between Highway 82 or the hill strip, whatever you call it. Yeah.
So I mentioned earlier that we considered how effective the minimum standard from the state would be on slopes. We coordinated with the fire districts about what they wanted to do. I mean, they didn't think that this dimension was effective for, you know, developments that are on slopes with 30%, 45% slopes in this area, you know, in this zone. So what they suggested is that for developments with steep slopes, that this zone would be expanded to 100 feet or to the property line or to the toe of the slope, whichever is most restrictive. That's an addition that we thought was really helpful in terms, you know, the regs that we have right now are, like I said, like, we're not starting from nothing.
Right.
They're good, and this is a great opportunity to improve the public safety and slow down those fires. And as you know, there's a lot of developments in Pickens County with slopes like this. So all the fire districts were excited just to see that as a standard for the new developments coming in. We can come back to that if you want. Let's talk.
I think you'll get board support, and again, representing Old Snowmass or Snowmass, we saw the issue with fast fires on steep hills this summer when someone decided to park a Sprinter van below a subdivision. So, yeah.
So now we're going to go to that last zone out to 100 feet. This is clarifying that the tree crown spacing and the perimeter of tree groupings shall be spaced 6 to 10 feet apart, and then the tree groups are limited to 2 or 3, or they need to follow the tree group spacing in zone 2. So as you go out, there's just a little more less vegetation modification that's happening. So it's more of a gradient to get to the structure. So let's also talk about what's happening with the driveway defensible space. This is also something that was not in the minimum standard from the state, but it was represented in the home ignition zone guide. And it seemed to make a lot of sense to draft this as a regulation because, as you are aware, there's many properties in Picken County with very lengthy access driveways. So if we're only thinking about the defensible space around the structure and not not allowing our emergency services actually to access that structure in an emergency, then we just have an opportunity to add this in. So this is just within 30 feet from the edge of the driveway, having tree spacing and limiting tree groupings and removing ladder fuels, and then having shrubs match that zone 2 requirement. And then I mentioned earlier, the CWRC is based on a ponderosa pine Douglas fir mixed conifer forest of 95 feet in elevation or less. And in the home ignition zone guide, there's other forest types that are described and how effective defensible space can be created. So we've added these into the code as alternative fuel modification options when these forest types can be demonstrated. Let's see. So this is the end of this is actually the conclusion of the CWRC presentation. Next, we would go into the land use code. So if we want to scroll back to any of these slides, we can, or we can keep rolling.
Do you want us to take this as a second read? This is a first read.
First reading.
This is a first read with continuation for second hearing on March 25th. So, further questions for Nicole, John, or Jeffrey? Do you want us to take this ordinance right now, or going through both and then one at a time?
It's totally up to you. If the board's ready to make a motion on this ordinance, it makes sense to do that and then move to the next
board
action.
I'd make a motion now. Let's keep it moving.
Okay. Greg?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the ordinance adopting the following land use code text amendments for 2006 Land Use Code Title 8, Pitkin County Code, specifically to repeal and reenact Section 72060 for wildfire hazards.
We're not there yet.
No, we're on 11.
Oh, dang it, I'm reading the wrong one. Thank you. That's the one where we're going. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Ordinance, this is easier. A motion to approve the ordinance approving the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Building Code amendments. I was jumping the gun.
I have a first from Greg on item number 11 and a second from Francie. It is not a public hearing. The public hearing is on March the 25th.
This
Correct.
was noticed as a public hearing, and then we would continue the
On the Zoom workplace, do we have any public comments?
We'll get this right here.
Well, yeah, so that was confusing. Do you
Yeah, if you approach the dais, you may.
You have to come up to
Otherwise,
the mic.
Otherwise, the public can't hear you. Yeah. And introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Sierra Morris. I am a real estate agent in the Valley, and I also do wildfire mitigation with homeowners. I just had a question if there were going to be gutter guards add to any roof ordinances or updates. I didn't see that in your presentation, so I was curious if that was something that was going to be required.
So, Sierra, thanks for the comment. The board takes the questions,
Oh, okay.
not staff.
Sorry.
It's all good. There's a horrible set of rules in the back of the room that I've unfortunately read. But I think the answer to your question is no, there's no gutter guards. The only thing that's in the code is basically non-combustible. So again, the state of Colorado wanted to get away from materials like vinyl. Mm-hmm. But did not want to. There is no gutter guard provision in the current code. Okay. The county could come in and say we're stricter and we want gutter guards. The risk again was what is that material? It's going to have to be non-corrosive, and then a certain size mesh. So the Colorado board, the state board, did not put gutter guards in. It was really just the material of the gutter itself that it was looking at.
Okay, great.
If that helps.
Yep.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
There are metal gutter guards that exist.
Yeah.
So was that ever a consideration, or is that just?
It's again, if the county wanted to, they could adopt, or you could go in through public comment like you're doing today and say, hey, on second reading, Jeff, John, and Nicole, can you address this public comment? Specifically, should we be requiring, for example, non-corrosive metal gutter guards of a certain screen size? Because the worry is that duff and other materials would go through that screen and you'd have a greater fire hazard. So if duff can go through the screen, so can an ember. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Sorry. Any
Good
John,
question.
John or Jeff, did you have anything else to add regarding gutters?
I certainly don't have anything to add on top of that.
That was a long wait today for this topic.
Thank you.
You've been very patient.
But Sierra, the other thing I would say is appreciate the public comment. You can also comment on the state code and say, look, as a real estate agent, I'd like further protections in the state of Colorado. My clients are worried about homeowners insurance, or pick a topic, and go into the state and have them address it as well. Okay. So the code will be much like the map. The code will be updated every 3 years, and then Pitkin will have to adopt that new code.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. So any further public comment? Seeing none, I'm bringing it back to the board. We have a first by Greg and a second by Francie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We're now, everyone okay, moving on to number 12?
Can I ask one quick?
Yeah, please.
Regarding the map itself, I was digging around looking at that map. The image in the map looks like a 2010 or 2015 image. It's ancient. The photographic, behind the state map, I guess it's the state's, it's not ours, but they're using an image that's, honestly, you look at it now and the topography has changed, or at least the foliage. It's funny that they would use such an old map. Photograph, the satellite photo. It's like that, updating those images, I think, is important because it didn't reflect things we did years ago. So anyway, when I was going in on the link we had in the packet.
And I'm looking around the room. Is everyone good? Moving on to number 12, which would be the land use code text amendments.
I'm already there. Thanks.
Okay. Everyone's good. Nicole, you're good. Keep going. John, thank you.
Here we go. All right, now we're in the land use code. Okay, so the text amendments we're going to go through for the land use code include a little bit in chapter 6, 9, and 11, and more significant changes happening in chapter 7 for development standards. I just want to point out that the PNC recommended approval 4-0 on their January 20th meeting. I will include their resolution in the March packet. I did want to point out just 2 findings that you'll see in that reso now, so that you'll just know what's coming. The Planning Commission was advising the BoCC to ensure that the requirement for fire extinguishers that is currently in the land use code becomes a component of a future building code. That was one topic. The requirement for fire extinguishers in the land use code has been removed, and So if you want that to continue, I think the better place for it to go is the building code to ensure compliance at the time of permit. And then the other note you'll notice when you see that reso is they're advising the board to direct staff to analyze the existing IGAs with the fire districts and determine if there's any adjustments or fee amendments that need to happen with the administrative requirements of this code. Just pointing those 2 items out to you now.
Excellent. And the board. So this board would love clarity on what are the requirements in number 3, because that's too general. So is it type ABC? Is it a certain size? Please be more specific.
Yeah.
And again, if it's an ag building, it's not going to be type ABC. So that seemed really generic. So we'd love further clarification from the building department in bringing that one forward, number 3. And it doesn't have to be this
10
minute.
pound ABC.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Yeah.
That was
again, it
what
wasn't
they
in
were
the
looking
note.
for.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
that's a
I
good
guess
point.
the follow-on question was, is it again any different for an ag building than a residence? So Does it apply to structures outside of type R, or, you know?
Yeah, the existing code is just structure. Sorry, I'm not
You're
speaking
fine.
loud
No, you're
enough.
fine. It doesn't need,
Yeah,
and it doesn't
we
need to be
will-
today. It was
Sure,
just
right. Got it.
Reflecting on the comments from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, let's get back to it then. Okay, so this is, so in chapter, so we'll start in order. So the first section that has been amended due to the wildfire code is section 65020. Close that. Standards for scoring applications for residential allotments. So this is in regards to our growth management quota system. When someone is interested in competing in the growth management competition for various amounts of floor area. One of the ways that these folks can score points is in this topic called hazard mitigation and avoidance. What I did was go through and clean this up to clarify the sort of future state where a lot of Pickens County is mapped as a high wildfire area. So, so the first, so score is 0 means the proposed development does not comply with the county's adopted standards for floodplain, steep slopes, geologic and/or wildfire hazards. The next score of 1 would be that they're complying with the adopted mitigation standards. And then I think the most significant change is really that next sentence that says the proposed development includes some development activities on slopes in excess of 30%. We just removed that essentially it doesn't, folks can't avoid being in a high wildfire hazard area anymore. And so the most important thing is their development complies with mitigation. And that's really the spirit of what's changed here. So I'm going to move on to chapter 7 if this is good. And you will get a crack at this scoring system when we come forth with some Vision 2050 amendments. So this won't be the last time you get to look at scoring.
It's our favorite subject.
Hmm?
That was sarcasm, sorry.
Oh.
It wasn't snark, it was sarcasm.
Got it. So for chapter 7, since that's where the most significant changes are, we're going to look at 71030 for exempt development activities, 72060, that's the section that's replaced in entirety, and then 73010 for roads. And I debated about adding slides in here for this, but it's just too much content. So if it's okay with the group, I'm just going to slide over to the attachment that you have, essentially. So exempt development activities, this is a code section that essentially allows folks that have smaller scale development to avoid the activity envelope and site plan process. So, for example, if someone has a developed property and they want to add a loafing shed, they don't have to come into activity envelope and site plan. They can get an exemption letter from a planner. Or they want to do a small addition to their modest home. They can come in for an exemption letter. They want to add a deck. Those types of developments are considered exempt development activities. Now, the way that this code section is currently written is that if a person's property is located in a severe wildfire hazard, they are not eligible for an exemption letter. Considering that our scope of severe hazard has greatly increased, we'd like to continue to allow a pathway for exempt development activities, and instead of pushing them to the activity envelope and site plan process, let's just confirm that they're mitigating the hazard in this exemption letter process. That's the spirit of what you're going to see in here. So this first statement is just clarifying that wildfire hazard is not considered a constraint for an exemption letter. And then we're just deleting these statements below that that talk about the severe wildfire hazard. So that's pretty straightforward.
And pretty client-friendly, pretty public-friendly.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's a win for everyone.
Yep.
I'm going to move on to 71050 now. This is our activity envelope and site plan process. Okay, so for the purposes of Chapter 7, constrained areas include all areas included in each of the following categories defined and regulated by the Land Use Code. It talks about steep slopes and water and drainage channels and floodplain and geology. And then we're just making this statement say wildfire hazard areas instead of having the severe to low and moderate. So that the meaning of that is the same. I'm going to keep going. Okay, so this is the meat of what we're discussing today. This is, you'll notice there's no red lines here. This is all new. The existing code's been removed.
Mm-hmm.
So to frame up our wildfire hazard section of the code, we're adding an intent statement. This is something that we did last year with the lighting code. And as we sort of touch these code sections, it'd be nice to be consistent and just add an intent statement. I think it helps staff and the public understand where they're going. So this language is taken from the CWRC. Next, the next section is all about the map. And this is a statement about who's maintaining the map and just clarifying that this map's going to be amended from time to time, so we don't always have to come back to you when the state makes a change. And then in terms of those 3 intensity classifications, this is pointing the reader to the building code. The next section is an existing section that we currently have, wildfire hazard area and activity envelope. We're modifying this to work with our new family of regulations. So this is clarifying that the activity envelope shall be located to reduce site-specific wildfire hazard by locating development back from the top of steep slopes and allowing the fire code official to provide site-specific requirements if it's warranted. Right now, we don't have anything like this in the code, and I think this is going to be really helpful in terms of public safety. Next is clarifying that the defensible space mitigation can happen outside the defined activity envelope. That's current practice. And then ground truthing. This is letting folks know that the best approach for ground truthing is really to do that exercise in the context of activity envelope or site plan review, and then pointing the reader to go to the building code to understand the ground truthing process. The next section is structure hardening and site and area requirements. This first bullet I think is important just to so folks know that there's building spacing and structure hardening requirements in Chapter 4. And when they're putting their site plan together, they might want to move that shed a little bit further away, for example. And then the next statement is about site and area requirements. Same statement about conducting this compliance check at the time of a planning process. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission had a really thoughtful conversation about adding a statement here clarifying that the fuel modification shall happen in compliance with 72080. That's for our riparian areas. Okay, so this is the section that we mentioned a couple times earlier. properties that are exempt from Title 11, but must otherwise comply with what's in this section. So the first one is that idea of the meets and bounds properties, 35 acres or greater, those in holdings. This is pointing the reader to go to this section so they know what their regulation is, 72060G, which we'll get to below. Historic preservation assets may be exempt. There's also a section, a more descriptive section about historic preservation exemptions in the CWRC. That'll be in the building code. Water supply for public fire safety. This is code that we currently have in the land use code. Fuel storage and gas meters. This is also currently in the land use code. The difference is the home ignition zone guide had a section about vegetation around gas meters. So we added that in. Oops. Okay, so the folks who have those 35-acre properties, the in-holding properties, this page of regulations is what they would need to comply with. A lot of these are taken from the Class 1 requirements in the CWRC. Just clarifying that the exterior building materials shall be non-combustible, fire retardant, ignition resistant. The roofs are Class A. And then site and area for 0 to 5 feet. The retaining wall requirements are in here. And then the fencing, which vinyl is not showing up here, so we don't need to edit that. And the other thing I'll point out about this, because these are really minimum standards, is that owners shall comply with additional site-specific and emergency response requirements from the fire code official. So if the fire code official wants, the exterior, the glazing or the exterior, other structure hardening requirements, they would have the ability to add those in. And then section on ongoing maintenance requirements. We have a section in the land use code currently, and this is updated based on the home ignition zone guide.
To Sierra's question, do we have anything for removing duff from gutters? If we're telling you to mow your grass, shouldn't we?
I think it's one.
And gutters? Okay, I think it's covered.
Of pine
Okay,
needles
thank
and
you.
other debris. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the repeal and reenact, and then the other component of this, of Chapter 7 that we're editing is, where am I going here? Oh, in 72080, for a reduction in the riparian and wetland setback, the requirement is that you need to demonstrate that there's no other developable area outside the 100-foot setback without encroachment into, currently it says slope, geologic
There are other
hazard,
risks.
severe wildfire. We're just removing severe. Everyone just needs to mitigate for that,
Cool.
I think is our approach.
Makes sense.
Okay, and then I'm going down to the roads, which is here. So this is not new information. This is just us reorganizing. So we have a section for access roads and driveways. These two elements about how the standards may be increased, and the roadway, the 90-degree angle for the intersection, those two came out of our wildfire hazard code, and are moved into driveway. I think it makes sense. And then there's these 3 bullets under access roads. These were also in the wildfire hazard code. Now they're just in the road code. Do we want to? I can keep going. There's just chapter 9 and chapter 11 to go through, which are short.
We're good on 7. Let's go 9 and 11.
Okay,
please,
great.
Unless anyone disagrees, but I think.
I'll be ready for a break soon, but.
So if we can get through 9 and 11.
Let's
and
finish
we'll do a
this.
break before Phillips.
That sounds great. So, chapter 9, this section is about when someone's has a project on a non-conforming property, non-conforming development. This is just a list of criteria that someone would need to prove that there's no area that development could occur. And again, we're just removing severe wildfire hazard in the interest of the development just being mitigated. Let's see, in terms of the definitions, I would just say the ignition resistant vegetation. Actually, you know.
We're back to dawn. We're back to dawn to dusk. Full circle.
The P&Z actually edited this definition, and I'm sorry it's not in here. So this definition in your packet reads, it's plant material including but not limited to the ignitability scores of 8 or greater in that the State Forest Service fact sheet. So that would allow someone to use the Vail Guide or this fact sheet, which I think was a good change. The other one that we really like is the tree crown is based on the mature growth of the tree and not at time of planting. And I'm going to keep going. So,
please.
So for so when we do text amendments in the land use code, we have to comply with standards in the land use code. So this one is for 24010. And this is just saying that the text amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan. I don't know if you read my statement in the memo, but the comprehensive plan does not mention wildfire hazards. There's plenty of statements that talk about hazards in general and how mitigation is important. And then the second one, yes, you'll notice that what you're looking at is the consistent with the sort of design guide of our land use code. And the text amendments are repealing and reenacting 72060 and then other more surgical changes. Mm-hmm. And then for criteria of approval, we're doing a 2-step. Our next reading is March 25th. And in terms of policies in the land use code, compliance with the policies, I did pull out the natural and man-made hazard and resource areas. We're in compliance with that particular policy. And then adequate provision for water needs. What the text amendment before you complies with that policy as well, because we are maintaining that water supply for fire safety. Next steps for this project in general, the fire districts are available to participate on March 25th. If you would like them to attend, please let us know. And then public noticing will happen after adoption. We also are planning a press release and a project for a project update after adoption, along with a social media campaign. We have scratched the surface on developing some staff and public resources to help folks understand what needs to happen with their project at different points in the process. And then we're working with the fire districts to create a standardized approach for those ground truthing reports. And yes, ongoing coordination with the fire district. So with that, this staff recommendation reflects both ordinances. We only need to move on the land use code.
So questions for John, Nicole, or Jeff? And thank you for the detailed presentation. Greg?
Yeah, I would just say, certainly, I think it would be great to invite the fire districts. Two, when you go back into this, definitely check the links to the maps. For some reason, I can't get the map to open. On the link that's within the documents. So double check that. Thank you. I think that's it for now.
Yeah, the follow-up to Greg's comment, specifically though, what we would ask from the fire departments, are there any updates to their already adopted, they adopt it probably every 3 years, much like the building code. Do we need any changes to their additions or amendments to the international codes in a similar vein or process? So anything we need to think about, and specifically they've got more stringent requirements in terms of water supply. So given we're adopting this, should we also look at AFPD, Roaring Fork Rural, any additions or changes from them? So adding to Greg's point, it'd be great to have them here. I'd like to see Jake and Scott, but really, are there any additions or changes to their current policy that we'd be looking for? And then really what we want from them is, what else they could do with homeowners specifically as we go into spring, in terms of home hardening and those sites, just sort of reiterate the services they offer to the public. So I think those would be the two things I'd be looking for. If there's something else
If we're going to get attention for this.
Yeah, from Jake and Scott specifically.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if we're going to make a big deal and you're going to have a lot of outreach, having them in the room would help if we have media present.
Yeah.
They're good for a quote and they look good in uniform,
Yeah. Anything further? Otherwise, at this point, I would entertain a motion. And again, thank you for the awesome work. Thank you for the detailed presentation. Thanks to the whole team, Jeff, John, and Nicole. Really appreciate your time. And Jeff, do you have a real hand up?
He's done.
Okay.
Well, in that case, I'll make a motion.
Francie?
Make a motion to approve the ordinance adopting the following land use code text amendments to the 2006 Land Use Code, Title 8 of the Pitkin County Code, specifically to repeal and reenact Section 7-20-60 for wildfire hazards, amend text related to wildfire hazards in Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 9, and Chapter 11, and adopting a wildfire hazard map. This is the first reading.
I'll second that.
And the second reading will be on March 25th.
It will? Same as the other?
March
Okay,
25th.
thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Grassroots, and for the folks from Phillips who've joined us from the mobile home community, thank you for your patience. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Again, for the public, it is a first reading on the land use item, which is number 13. It's the resolution granting approval of the Pitkin County Phillips subdivision exemption to create parcels for community or public facilities. We will take public comment on number 13, and again, appreciate you taking time out of work and staying with us. So Grassroots, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We will see you back at 3:17. Good afternoon, Pitkin County. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session on Wednesday, February 25th. We are on item number 13, which is resolution granting approval of the Pitkin County Phillips subdivision exemption to create parcels for community or public facilities. We have Nicole Rebeck Stout, Cody Horn, and Kevin Warner. And I mistakenly said that we would be taking public comment. We will be taking public comment. This is a public hearing, and we look forward to hearing from friends and neighbors in the Phillips community and Pitkin. So thank you for that, and apologies if I misspoke earlier. Nicole.
Okay, I will take it away, and thank you for introducing the team over here. Kevin and Cody are joining me at the table here. Yes, let's dive into the application today. So, you're all familiar, but for the benefit of this record, the subject parcel is this Phillips mobile home parcel located just south of the Aspen River Valley Ranch subdivision that the Roaring Fork River traverses through it, as well as Lower River Road, U.S. Forest Service to the east, and state land to the west. I'm just gonna start out like what is this application about? Well, the purpose of this application is to take one parcel and create four. So let's just take a look and see what those are first. So the exterior boundaries, that's the property that exists today. You'll see parcel 1 in orange. This property encompasses a portion of the existing developed mobile home area. Parcel 2 is that also includes portions of the existing mobile home park area, as well as associated internal circulation and infrastructure. This parcel 3 is existing open space, and parcel 4 is existing transportation and utility corridors, including the RAFTA right-of-way. We'll get back to this, but this is the purpose of today is to sort of draw these lines on the map. In terms of procedure and process, this review is a one-step review with a public hearing. Pursuant to 23030, the subdivision exemption shall be permitted at the discretion of this board, subject to the compliance with the standards of the code, which we will go through one by one together. And then I also want to point out that there's no development activities contemplated with this application. It is limited to dividing the land. The subject property was developed as a mobile home park. Since it was developed before the current land use code, it's considered a non-conforming use. In addition to the mobile home units on the property, there's also internal circulation, utilities, a single-family residence, and agriculture buildings. Some background. In 1979, the Board of County Commissioners denied the rezoning of Phillips Mobile Home Park. That same year, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the exemption from abatement and subdivision exemption for the Phillips Mobile Home Park. Then in 2017, the board approved the purchase of Phillips Mobile Home Park when it became available, and then that subsequent year, the board basically revised that ordinance for the purchase of the mobile home park to replace that 2017 version. And then in 2021, there is an approval to designate the river area as Pitkin County open space. My colleagues here can go through more detail. That's my my brief background of Phillips Mobile Home Park based on the prior records. I'm just going to go straight into our code compliance. This is all reflective in the staff memo. Section 23030. This is the general criteria. It clarifies that the subdivision must be compliant with the land use code as well as policies in section 160, and then all prior development approvals. So the staff analysis is that the applicant complies with the criteria. The existing development is represented to be maintained. There's no new development proposed in this application. The application complies with policy 16370 for citizen housing, specifically C and E, where existing locally serving housing is indicated as a priority to be maintained. And then the ordinance that approved the purchase of the subject property, the 2018 version, contemplated the division of this land even back then for the purposes of maintaining the existing workforce housing or even open space uses. The subdivision will facilitate those existing uses on the subject property. And then another criteria here, the subdivision is exempt from subdivision subject to the compliance with 63020. So then I just analyzed 63020, so let's go there. The development of civic and institutional uses may be exempted from GMQS subject to compliance with this section. Permitted civic and institutional use, facility for a nonprofit, employee mitigation, parking, utility facilities, and mitigation for environmental and visual impacts. Those are all permitted as a GMQS exemption. However, there's no new development proposed at this time. So the uses of the subject property will remain the same, which includes what we talked about before, the housing, infrastructure, and open space. And so for going to the next criteria of approval, this is talking about how the subdivision may be used on an existing non-conforming sized lot or parcel, and it may also result in the creation of a non-conforming sized lot or parcel. The property is zoned AR10. The property is about 70 acres. So the parcels that we looked at on that second slide, parcels 2, 3, and 4, those are all still conforming for the AR10 zone district, where the minimum property size is 10 acres. And then parcel 1 is obviously less than 10 acres. It's about 6 acres. However, this criteria of approval is basically saying it's okay to create a non-conforming size property. So the applicant complies with that section. Going to the next topic is about, talks about any open space parcel created through this section shall yield a significant public benefit. This application is really maintaining existing development and uses, and the creation of open space and specifically like open spaces and like a public recreation parcel is not contemplated in this application. And the county may dedicate open space lands in the future, but again, there's nothing represented that that's happening today. And the portion of the parcels that are currently encumbered with easements and rights-of-way that support multi-use trail, agriculture access to ditches, open space areas along the river, those will all be maintained. The other thing to add, because it says the preservation of historically important land area, the portions of the parcels with existing mobile home development are important to maintain existing workforce housing That's been articulated in the policy, the Chapter 1 policies, as well as the ordinance adopted in 2018. Next criteria is about just documenting that plat with the clerk and recorder's office, which I'm happy to work with the applicants to get that ready. And then the next criteria is that that GMQS exemption for public facilities would remain available. Again, there's no development proposed with this application, so the applicant can maintain that exemption, but we're not reviewing any sort of implementation of that exemption today. That's code compliance. Next, I'm gonna just do a brief overview of the referral comments that came in. So both.
Do you want to take comments on code, or you want to go through the full and?
I don't. It's up to you. I don't have. This is basically my last slide.
We'll hold.
Yeah. So the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board and Open Space and Trails both provided sort of the same spirit of comment in that they are interested in continued collaboration on the planning efforts at Phillips Mobile Home Park to advance their independent missions, whether it's river related or public access and scenic value. So that's a summary of their statements. Then let's go to Woody Creek. So the Woody Creek Caucus, they expressed concern about potential infrastructure and housing expansion at the subject property that would be misaligned with their 2016 master plan. Noted, however, this application's not representing any of those developments. And same with the Woody Creek District Planning Commission about their concern. They expressed concern about the transparency of revealing a final plan for the subject property, and just reiterating what that master plan language says. However, again, we don't have any represented development to review today. It's just this, it's limited to the subdivision. The public comment we received from one of the residents at the mobile home park also expressed concern about the future development there. And again, that comment was shared with the housing team, but again, this application's not showing any represented development. So, that really concludes my presentation. Staff's recommending approval based on what was represented in the application and compliance with the code.
Greg.
Great, yeah, thank you. And thanks for bringing up with the Woody Creek comments. I saw this when I went through also. To me, I have trouble with it only because it says no new development is proposed at this time. That's an inaccurate statement. This proposal, this subdivision proposal, it doesn't cover new development. But to say that no new development is proposed at this time is disingenuous and wrong. And I'm trying to figure out how I can rationalize it. Perhaps there's something I don't understand, but you know, it just seems like it seems wrong to me to do it this way. And I'm hoping that there's a solution, because we do propose development at this site. It is controversial. And how can we acknowledge that in this proposal, understanding that this subdivision in particular does not go into those details? It just seems like the wording isn't correct, and I have a problem with it because it's inaccurate, and I wouldn't want to sign something that said this, quite honestly. So that's my concern.
Mm-hmm. Can I speak to that?
Yeah, and I think we're all going to tag on to Greg's point. So, Francie.
Well, actually, I was going to say that I think this is, it's a step that will enable us to to build affordable housing at a future time, but it doesn't seem like it's an impediment to not building a subdivision. I mean, I still think there could be objections that we listen to and decide, okay, we're going to scrap this, or we're going to take a different route, or we're only going to do this or that. I don't see this as an impediment to pursuing further projects. I don't think it's disingenuous. I mean, everybody knows who's going to be affected by this. Everybody knows what we're talking about. So
why
maybe
say it?
you could change the wording a little bit to say that, well, I don't know what you would say. What would you suggest saying?
Can I go back?
Yeah.
The staff response is no new development is proposed this time. That is flatly wrong, okay? We've been proposing, we've been designing, we've been preparing, we've been, laying the groundwork for new development there. We can't say this. We simply can't say it, in my opinion. Thanks.
I'd like Cody to respond, if he may, I think.
I can
Please.
put Cody Horn for the record. I wrote the application, and I think it's important just to understand the bifurcated process that we're going through. Greg, your interpretation and seeing through the fine print makes complete sense. As part of this application, I think it's important to look at it in a vacuum. We're correcting parcel boundaries in nature.
Right.
And as it stands, no density is proposed, no expansion of use, operational characteristics are staying the same. And I do think that we're gonna have opportunity for additional public comment and to work with Woody Creek Caucus, with staff, and hopefully with P&Z and you guys extensively when that time comes, through the subsequent application, which elaborates in a lot more detail what we're thinking about in terms of moving units, developing units, the infrastructure that's designed. But the way I view this and the way that I tried to articulate it in the application is we're redrawing boundaries so that we can more effectively have that conversation in the future. A cleanup job, really. And so at any rate where this may be represented as disingenuous, I would like to, urge the point that it's legal in nature. We're just changing the lot lines and setting ourselves up for success to have this discussion down the road. In no way was it intended to pull the wool over eyes, if you will. And so I know it's hard knowing what the intentions may be, but, two bifurcated encampments, which leave us opportunity to tie up these loose ends when the next application comes in.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I understand what you're saying. I would suggest or implore you to rewrite it so it doesn't appear to be obfuscating or ignoring. You could say what you just said, and a description like that could make it clear enough so people understand, if I have an issue with what's happening down there, this isn't the time. This isn't what it's about.
Sure.
Maybe perhaps that would work. I don't have the language in front of me, but this one just caused that reaction.
I understand that, and it's, the way I view it, and I'd like to, being that this is a public record, is that we're aligning parcel boundaries with physical conditions. We're taking inventory and recognizing recorded easements and understanding what the rights carrying forward for those are, describing acreage for what we would like to see in the future, and supporting, continued operational management of a long-standing county resource. So I'd hope that you take, this response in public record as our way of clarifying that. However, I completely understand.
I want to say also, I want to compliment you because you did reflect the original intent when we were talking about what we could carve off for open space, what we could carve off for healthy rivers, and so that's reflected accurately in this, and that came through very well.
And it's a contentious undertaking that's going on here, and
That's the need for transparency all the way through.
Exactly, and so I welcome the public discord around the topic. I don't think that any sort of obfuscation is appropriate.
Thank you.
Nicole?
Yeah, if it would be helpful, we could do, I'm just looking at number 9, BoCC further fines. We could add a B there that stated any development proposal for this subject property would be reviewed in a location and extent review in a different application. So thank you, Kevin, for helping me find the only place in the actual resolution where no development is represented, that statement, is 8F, which I think makes sense in that particular finding. But if we can pair that, have a companion finding in 9B, just clarifying what that subsequent application would be, that would just be a factual addition, not going into detail about what the development would be, just indicating what the process is.
Got it. So honestly, I had more trouble with the memo than I had with the reso. So, but I appreciate your suggestions there. Thank you.
Greg, you good for a minute?
I'm good.
I'm gonna stay with Greg's point. So this application is just to create parcels through subdivision, but the memo continues to say there's no development at this time. And it also claims that we conform with 16370 for citizen housing.
Mm-hmm.
But everything in 16370, and I have it printed if you want it in front of you, says, and to encourage the development of affordable housing within established urban growth boundaries where employment services and facilities are typically already established. So it seems like you've opened up the can of worms by citing 16370, saying this is just a subdivision exercise, but then you're talking about citizen housing, and you're saying you're conforming with C and E in that. So Greg's right on, add the code. The code doesn't seem very supportive, and this application through the staff memo opened up that question and that criticism. And I'm happy to provide 16370 in front of you, Cody.
Yeah, you should take it.
Yeah, if you could, and I think it's important to consider that existing housing is there,
But it's again, the conversation's turned quickly from subdivision to exploration of growth. This is really just a subdivision application, but the way the staff memo reads, this is about the expansion of citizen housing.
Yeah, and so I guess it's a matter of understanding timeline and intent, and then, how are we weaving in these code sections, understanding future intent, and does this discussion belong around the parcel boundary discussion, or does it belong around the site plan and location and extent discussion? And I think that there's naturally going to be a blend of those policies. Like you said, we all know what we're trying to do with this application, and so happy to discuss it here. I do see your point where there's code criteria here that sort of leapfrogs back and forth. I'd like to reiterate that we're just kind of recrafting the legal boundaries.
Understood.
We know what's coming next. We want to do it delicately.
Yeah. And so to square the circle on the conversation and not to belabor it, Greg, does the addition of 9B with location extent through planning and zoning satisfy your needs in terms of moving this forward, or is there additional criteria at this point that you would look at?
I think at this time, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mike. 9B is a good suggestion. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Cool.
And
Thanks.
nothing else right now.
And thanks for entertaining this conversation. Yeah, anything else, Francie?
No, I'm good with it. I'll have a lot to say when we move on. Away from the subdivision on to the next stage, but
Excellent.
at this point, I'm okay with it.
I guess the business question of the day too is, when do you anticipate coming back for utility improvements or site improvements? I know it's not considered as part of this application, but I think it's important in terms of understanding the public process from here.
We are marching to get the Yes, thank you. The location and extent application in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission on Tuesday, April 21st. That application is not ready for public review quite yet, but I'm working with Cody to get that one ready.
And for the public, again, that is currently in community development, and that is strictly for building out the water system and the waste treatment facility. That's it.
Horizontal infrastructure upgrades, wastewater treatment, water tank. There's concept designs for where housing could be located, relocated, and, you know, the open space, or we like to call it not necessarily open space at this point because it hasn't been adopted, but green space, undeveloped land for future and purposes.
Excellent. Any further questions for Nicole, Ryan, or?
Just wanted to, do you anticipate changing the memo to take out the
You know,
the sentence that I don't like?
The thing.
Well, here's where we're at right now with that. So today is a one reading on this particular action. What the memo is a staff recommendation to this board on the approval. If the board wanted to make clear on the record what the legislative intent with this action is, you can do that. So you can say that something along the lines of the intent of the board is inconsistent with what is stated in the staff memo. Here's where we're trying to go with it, meaning the application, we anticipate further development applications coming in for this site. I do want to make a point of clarification. I don't think that application's been submitted yet, correct?
Location and extent?
Yes.
It has not passed completeness.
Okay, so it hasn't been deemed complete yet, but it's been submitted to the planning department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it has been submitted to the planning department. It hasn't been deemed complete. So to the extent the board wants to make a clarification on that point, oftentimes staff recommendations get adopted into legislative intent or a quasi-judicial approval of the board, which is what we're doing here. To the extent you want to make a clarification about a finding on the record, for example, to say an application has been submitted for further development of the property, you can make that clarification, Greg, either through just now on the record. We've already had a conversation about it, so you may not need to do more of that, but if you want to, you may. Particularly if a board member makes a motion and ultimately staff additional board comments want to be made, you can do it at that time too. So there's opportunity to clarify on the record what's going on.
I would, if I could, Jeff.
Please, I'm taking notes.
I would just, on that staff response below item E on section 630-120, where it says no new development is proposed, honestly, new development is proposed, but it's not part of this application. That would basically clear it up.
I like that suggestion.
That's the simplest way to be honest about what we're doing.
And where does
Transparent is
that
the word.
fit in the resolution?
Question.
My understanding was that staff suggestion was to include that in section 9B, or a new section
9B.
B
Thank
under
you for that.
9.
Okay, I thought 9B was location extent. Is this a further clarification of
I think
location
that
and extent?
I took
would
that to be a
override?
further clarification with respect, but of course it's Greg's prerogative as to making a motion to clarify that. But I understood that to be additional.
If I could lobby Greg, the benefit of saying location and extent is the next part in this process, it would inform the public that they know they have another crack at overall development at Phillips.
Right, I think that's fine, but be a little bit more verbose than just saying location extent is the, so people understand.
New development is proposed. It is not part of this application. It is subject to further review through location and extent, likely on April 21st.
Excellent, thank you. That would be, I would.
And I'm getting
accept
nodding
that.
heads, so we're fine with as amended.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
I can sleep tonight thinking, with that.
Yeah. Any further questions for staff or the applicant? This is a land use public hearing. I'm opening up the public comment. I'm going to thank in advance the folks from Phillips for their patience in going through our agenda today. If you want to come up, we have an extra mic somewhere, and just.
You can make this one work right here if we want.
And I'm not going to take out a timer because I know it's your first time, so welcome and join, and just introduce yourself, and you each get 3 minutes. Yeah, and again, thanks so much for your patience.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, guys. We live at the Riverside.
But just introduce yourself, though.
I'm Allie McGuire. I am a hairstylist in Aspen. I live at the Phillips Riverside. This is my husband, Zach. And we work really hard in the valley, and housing is the most precious resource and commodity for somebody that, you just need a house to come home to. And living up valley is hard. Staying in the valley is hard in general. So I'm excited at the opportunity that there is going to be new employee housing units for the future, because we need workers in this valley, and I think that's great. I'm just obviously, I think a lot of us are anxious about the progress of it and the steps of it. And I know you guys can't totally say steps verbatim what's exactly happening, but I'm just trying to stay in touch with what's happening and paying attention what's happening from afar. I've talked to a couple people Richard Neely, Ashley Pearl. Everyone's been really nice. Everyone's professional. So I guess my question is, while this happens, with new infrastructure, water infrastructure, the existing houses there's the Phillips and then there's the Riverview, I guess, what, are we going to be in the way? I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of questions that you guys probably can't totally answer, but I just hope that we're safe. And I hope that we could be insured to buy one of the new affordable houses. I know it's going to take some time. I know it's probably going to take 18 months for the water infrastructure, is what I've heard. And, construction is so, it could be less, it could be more, you never know. No one can promise me anything. But, yeah, I'm just trying to stay on tab of everything, and yeah, I guess we could just stick to the water infrastructure part of it. This is the first thing that's happening in April. What's gonna happen? I guess we're living on that land. There's about 8 trailers on the Riverside. I think there's more on the hillside. I don't really go over there much, but there's a good bit. I am just wondering what's exactly going to happen. I know we live there and everything. I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Ellie, thank you.
Yeah.
And Zach, did you want to? Yeah. And I'm going to take one quick stab at answering Allie's, but there will be a construction management plan as part of the location and extent review. Mm-hmm. So in that construction management plan, that will go through the planning department, through location and extent, and if not approved, it would then come to this board. It will include detail in terms of construction management.
Okay.
So it will not, will not be approved without that. And Kevin Warner is actually on the asset side, and so Kevin, Allie, and Zach. It's top of mind is we need to maintain your health and safety and welfare before we bring on new services. So I don't know if Kevin, you want to add anything?
I think the thing that I would add, Allie, and Zach, is that we do have currently planned to, we don't have a date yet, we do have planned to conduct a, maybe on-site, maybe an off-site, but somewhere, a question and answer session with some presentation and such for the folks living there. We'll also invite anyone else that wants to come. But the intent there is to try to answer some of those questions. And as we just had this conversation right prior to this about what this is really about, I think that we would like to keep that conversation separate from the subdivision exemption and address that during the next phase of this. And one portion of that will be an actual in-person opportunity to answer those. We can look at maps. We can talk through some of the things. And even then, there will be some things that just won't be able to be answered yet because they're still in the works. So, but the intent will be to explain as much as we possibly can.
Okay, yeah. It's gonna be a big project. So, and I've been hearing about it since I moved in there. I moved in there in 2023. And so like, yeah, I don't expect all the answers at once. Like when you,
We purchased the place through Option, so we're very curious about what the redevelopment is going to be. And it seems like from this meeting, you guys are still zoning everything. So that kind of answers my question right there about what's going on. Your Q&A that you have coming up. But yeah, we're just very curious about us purchasing a place. If we're going to get a new place, and then third, what's it going to be basically, you know? And then fourth, HOA dues, you know, stuff like that, you know. And so
yeah, I feel like some of that's like a little ahead of it. So, I mean, we're just like, I don't know. When I bought the house, I kind of just like had the idea of like, I'm just going to maintain this relationship with the county so I can stay on it. And like I said, it's a positive thing that there's going to be more availability of housing for workers. It's a hard place to live. Like you meet people, you make friends, they move away. Like, you know, like it's hard to keep like a good steady workforce of, we're 30, you know, like people younger than us, it's like, it's hard, you know. It's important to have housing for a workforce. Yeah. And that's all. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you. Zach, anything else you want to add?
no, not really. That answered my question with you having the Q&A. I'm looking forward to that in the future and seeing really what the plans are here. So
are we.
Yep.
Can
Yep.
I ask a question of Kevin? Kevin, I assume it's for you. You know, what assurances are we required to give, and what notification, just so they have a sense of a timeline? I'm thinking, you know, if we call them up and say, oh, everything's a go, we're shovel ready, you've got X number of days to move, or, you know, to prepare for whatever's coming next. What are our obligations? And maybe, I don't know, Ashley may know that. Somebody must.
Yeah, I can probably help with that a
Ryan
little
knows
bit.
that.
I mean, I think the short answer to that, and maybe it'll just be easier to jump with the specifics about the Riverside parcels. The Riverside parcels are on a separate water delivery system and wastewater treatment system, to the extent you can say that exists on the Riverside parcels, from the hillside, and two, it's separate from the proposed infrastructure work with respect to wastewater treatment and water delivery that is contemplated in connection with the location and extent review application. And what I'm driving at with that, and I think it's specific to these folks' question, what that means is that services will continue on the Riverside while the construction activity, should it be approved, happens on the hillside. So I think the short-term question I heard was, what's going to happen when the construction site happens? And I understand the concern to be, hey, are we going to be disconnected from services once the construction starts? The short answer to that is no. Mm-hmm. So I think Kevin and the rest of the staff working on that can say to the board that people aren't going to be disconnected as soon as the construction starts. As far as the long-term requirements for notification, all that stuff is set out in statute, and the short side of that is 90 days and the long side of that is a year. So it just depends on the particular action that is contemplated. But at this point, there is not a time horizon or a plan for shutting off services to the Riverside. Okay. So were that to happen, there would be well far out notice of something like that. So I think the short-term assurance right now is that services will continue on the Riverside, even if this construction project is initially approved on the hillside.
Okay, what about the hillside?
the hillside, go ahead.
Same for the hillside. So the construction itself will have more impacts to the folks at Hillside just because it's adjacent to and next to, and some of it will be through driveways and such, or through the roadways there to be able to provide in the future those services. But there is no, so there may be some like temporary short-term implications, but no long-term implications until the entire project is completed and ready to be hooked up. And so they'll see more. You guys will hear a lot of construction because it'll reverberate off the hills and those kinds of things, but there right now is, I don't believe, any construction related activities contemplated at Riverside.
Okay, and then one more question, and if it's too far ahead, I understand. So water infrastructure, you do all of that stuff. Are you guys like building homes next after that? And I guess I'm trying to, and I know this might be too far ahead, but like water infrastructure, you get that all set up, you build homes, and then there's existing homes. Like, when would that when would the old go away and with the new, I guess? Like, are people being displaced at any point where, like, you've got the new homes, okay, now there's the option you can get into the new homes that are all set, or, decide whatever you're gonna do. Is there any point where you're like, okay, like, actually, like, everyone's, I don't know, I'm trying to ask, like, if, like, would anybody like be prematurely, like, is the whole project happening around the houses that already currently exist, and then after the whole project's finished, then those homes are going to be like a done deal? Because I know they're not staying there forever, and I understand that. You're nice. I feel like I can talk to you. I don't know. Sorry. I'm not your person. And you are too.
Just the mean-looking bald
She's just
guy.
she's got a sweet face.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Even my kids say the same.
No,
Don't worry
you're
about
great.
it.
You're great. Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's the question. Basically, like, okay, you water infrastructure, old houses, you got the new houses. Like, at what point did the old houses like go away? And in theory, and I understand that that's too much to ask, but I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, thanks, guys.
I think Kevin or I could both jump on that.
Yeah.
I mean, the short answer is that we don't know that yet.
Yeah.
I don't think, but Kevin may add some additional context to what that looks like. And I think that's part of the intent that both Cody and Kevin were talking about with getting together with property owners. But I think even at that time, which is relatively short term, there will not be any concrete plans to say we are building at this time and ultimately this will happen as a result of that. But Kevin may have some more context, or Cody.
I guess the one thing I will say, again, a lot more to come through the following months about the location and extent review and everything. And I understand that that's hard to say when we're talking about someone's home and where you live. But I think that what I can say is for the absolute vast majority of what's existing there, it is not contemplated in the current plan to get rid of the vast majority of that. So there are some places that either sit in areas that are concerning, whether that's a debris flow area, a floodplain, or something of that nature, that for safety reasons and for other reasons we are contemplating looking at how we would move and offer other opportunities for those folks. But right now, the vast majority of the hillside portion would stay in place for workforce housing. That was the intent that the board took in 2018, was to purchase this to continue to provide or allow for existing affordable housing for workforce.
Yeah, and to expand on that, it's like, I'm a local kid, Rise a local kid, like we're trying to do this to better the situation. Yeah, better the situation for people to have housing options. And I think with, what Jeff was saying with this construction management plan, there's a lot of details, a lot of phasing, a lot of stuff that needs to be worked out, so that everybody's well served. And whether that means really drilling down into phasing, where people are gonna move, when they're gonna move, are they gonna move, where hopefully everybody has better situations at the outcome of this, but those specifics are detailed and we're not there yet. But I think you guys are right to be concerned and interested and excited all at the same time.
Yeah,
So
thanks for the conversation.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks just for including us.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the reason the county bought this property in the first place was to provide housing people, that was housing for people that's affordable. So that was the goal then and is still the goal.
Yeah.
Affordable has changed.
We're the right demographic. We need affordable. Like I run a business. I'm a hairstylist in town. I work like 6 days a week. He's property management. Like there's a lot of people in the neighborhood that work really hard too, and they're all really nice people. It'd be cool to have like more of that, like in an area and everything. So
I mean, more working people.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to like not make friends and then have them move out because they can't afford it.
Right.
Like it's such a great place. Yeah. But I appreciate the conversation. I do.
Likewise, Greg.
I want to get some clarification. You're in Riverview, so you're accessible off the highway. You're down there.
Yeah.
Okay. As I understand it, when we purchased this, the plan was to relocate those homes or inhabitants to the other side of the river, and that this would be neutralized as a residential area. It's going to go away. And I want to make sure that's still an accurate assumption that I'm making. But I think it also implies that residents there, like you, would have an option to move to the other side, probably into new development. Whether or not we have offered that or intend to offer that and give a first right. Because what I'm hearing, you're saying, where are we going to go and what are we going to do if this goes away? And the answer that I want to give you is, well, I think as a resident there, you have some, priority of some sort. But I don't want to go out and get out in front of myself because I'm not sure exactly what that would mean. But I believe they would have a priority to acquire one of the other places. Is that accurate? Am I?
I think Kara can probably help with this, and I can help a little bit with
I just
that,
want to be
too.
really clear with them because I think I know what their question
I'll
is.
kick it to the interim county manager for a second. I will say that as far as the plan to relocate Riverside at some point, that is still the intent going forward. But I think Kara can probably flesh out a little bit what that looks like. And
I'll flesh out the uncertainty that we still are, the uncertainty that we do know. So I think, Greg, what you're calling out is correct, is that the intent is that Riverside, because of it sitting in the floodplain, as Kevin had said, health and safety, the current infrastructure there, all those, that those would eventually be neutralized. But what time frame and all of that, we still do not know. And I think to your earlier question of assurances, we know that the relocation and how we relocate and what that prioritization first right for any of those new pieces is still something that we have to work through, and one of the items that we've identified need to be working through with the board of how we offer that up. So I think the intent and is definitely there. How and where that works, we don't know, but that intent maintains to be there.
Maybe the assurance we can offer, I would propose we offer, would be that you'll be the first to know.
I do think you guys have been like pretty communicative. Like I don't feel like the line's closed whenever I do try to reach out. So the listing of the meeting and everything. Thanks for keeping us aware. Yeah.
Right.
Did you see the sign on the road there?
Yeah, the big sign. Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
There's your affidavit.
Everybody's good at putting those up.
Allie and Zach, any further comments?
We'll just wait and see. We'll just be
Thank you.
patient. Yeah.
And please thank your neighbors for joining us, and apologies that they had to listen to land use code text amendments this afternoon.
Yeah, I will.
But really appreciate their being here as well, so please
Yeah.
thank
And get a good night's sleep,
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna offer to the board that we should add a 9C. So 9B was no new development as proposed, is not proposed as part of this application. I'm gonna ask the board if they're interested in adding 9C. Pitkin County seeks to preserve existing affordable housing to the extent possible. And basically,
would accept that.
And basically, it's verbatim, straight from the code, but really reflects, I appreciate the conversation that we just had. And it's sort of a reiteration of both, or you could say the BoCC, but right now what's in 16370 is Pitkin County seeks to preserve existing affordable housing to the extent possible. And I think that's really the tenor of this conversation. So, and we can call that the Ally and Zach ad.
Yeah. It's nice to see that, have you come in. Yeah.
Yeah, but I really appreciate that we used public comment in this way, and I appreciate everyone's input. Is there any further public comment on the online? Excellent. I'm closing public comment. I'm bringing it back to the board. Were there any further questions for staff based on the conversation we just had? Or at this point, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution granting approval of the Pitkin County Phillips subdivision exemption to create parcels for community or public facilities, which incorporates the suggestions that Jeffrey made.
Excellent. So we're adding 9B, new development is not proposed as part of this application, and 9C, Pitkin County seeks to preserve existing affordable housing to the extent possible.
I'll second that.
Any further comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Cody.
Okay,
and
thanks.
Kevin. and
Thank you
Nicole.
all for working through that.
Thank you. Are you Franco?
I am.
Oh, cool.
Just friendlier look.
Cody, thank you.
Thanks,
guys.
Cody.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Ryan.
So for the public, we're on number 14, and for grassroots, we're going to take 3 minutes to just sort of reset the room. We're not going to go, well, does anyone need a break?
Nope, I'm ready.
We're going to keep going. We're just going to reset the room. But we are on number 14, forwarding a resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission allocating the September 1, 2025 Aspen Urban Growth Boundary Growth Management Quota System allotment for additional residential floor area to William C. Dolan Revocable Trust. And this is us just accepting the scoring from, accepting the award from Planning and Zoning.
Or not.
Yeah, this is a no action item. Just the only thing that we're doing is sharing the information.
Franco's going to be Franco.
Oh, Franco, sure. Come sit down.
He looks lost.
Oh, you're so kind. Is this your memo? Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want me?
You can sit if you want. Yeah, this is just informational to let you know that the PNC granted 450 square feet of residential floor area to a property over in Mountain Valley. And we are now within the appeal period. So if you do see an appeal come through, you have been alerted. So yes, if no appeals come through, then we can process the covenant associated with this allotment, and then the owners can bring forth their building permit with the covenant.
Excellent. What was the total square footage with the 450 addition?
6,250, I think, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
this was instead of a TDR, they just went in for the 450.
Yeah, they just wanted a little
GMQS.
extra, yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
Any questions for Nicole? There's no action taken by the board other than no action taken by the board. Any questions, comments?
Well, I just am wondering about GMQS in general and why we do it, honestly. It seems contradictory to our desire to keep houses small. And you don't need to answer that, it's just a comment. Right, Suzanne?
Not with an answer, no. We'll get there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to say Vision 2050. What will be
what'd you say?
the Vision 20, the comprehensive plan, and all the work that CGAC has done has recommendations for that program. And so now that in a couple weeks we're going to be moving through the hearing process for that comp plan, and after that we can start implementing that plan in code amendments. And one of the ideas in that comp plan and from the CGAC was to take a crack at that GMQS allotment system and making it work and be in alignment with our values as a county. So
Yeah.
it is coming, Francie.
Yeah, when I was reading the packet, I was like, there was just a sort of generic comment about 2,500 square feet available in GMQS. And I was
Why?
just like, why are we still doing that? You know, so, anyway,
It has an expiration
look forward
date.
to that.
Yeah.
So,
I'd just add briefly that, but for that, people could just build unlimited square footage in the county.
Before that.
But
But
for
for
the
that.
GMQS system. So, we can,
Well, not if we have imposed size caps and stuff, I mean. Okay,
Sure.
well, you can explain that to me tomorrow.
so
yes, we can talk about that.
So if there's no further questions on item number 14, this met the minimum scoring, which was 13. It was voted 6-0 by Planning and Zoning, and the 2,500 is just for this zone district. And a former county attorney reduced the square footage, possibly with this county attorney, per zone district several years ago. So actually, that growth allotment probably was double or quadruple. You're going to correct me? Where am I wrong?
I'm going to correct you, sorry.
Awesome,
Not,
awesome.
not per zone district.
Sorry, per.
Rural area, UGB.
Thank you,
Sorry.
thank you.
Just-
No.
I think that was Suzanne and I in 2020 we did that. It was a pandemic era. I remember sitting in the in my office working on that at home.
But I think to Francie's question that there was a reduction, rural versus urban, that also ensured the competitiveness or looked to encourage the competitiveness of applicants to the scoring as well as the awards they were giving in terms of, not the awards in terms of square footage, but what they were giving in terms of community value.
Well, I understand that, but that was one of my first questions 5 years ago is, what is this? Why do we do this?
That makes sense, and I think that it's fair to tell the board that the Planning and Zoning Commission, while reviewing this application, expressed a familiar frustration with not the system itself. I think it's easy to conflate the system itself with the criteria underlying the GMQS process, meaning the criteria itself reflects policy objectives at the county that are not up to date with current policy objectives at the county. And while the system itself, in my opinion, is sound both from a legal and policy standpoint, some of the criteria is antiquated with respect to what we're trying to achieve. So,
It also, I think, helps us stay skewed toward the wealthy. That, well, if you can give the fire department a whole bunch of money, and if you could do this and that, things that money can facilitate, then you can have more square footage. But if you can't give us anything that's got any value, not so much. It's just, I mean, it's partly just the free market and the way things are, but I'm just saying.
yeah, I hear that. And the way the board has addressed that is a long-standing exemption from growth management has been the exemption for house size at 5750. So there is no need to participate in growth management for house size below that
Right.
threshold. And that's sort of how the board has met that policy juxtaposition that's out there. But it's a valid point, for sure.
And there is an aspect of it that does encourage larger houses.
That's what I'm saying. I believe you do have a valid point in that regard.
Okay.
Worthwhile discussion.
So as much as I'd love to spend the next hour or two discussing growth management quota system, if there's nothing else on action number 14, we are in open discussion. Thank you. And Nicole, thank you for all of your time this afternoon. Thank you, Suzanne, for correcting me.
Yeah.
As always. Yeah, exactly. So we're in open discussion. Greg first.
Just the letter from CC4CA.
Yeah, please.
Did you see that? It clarified the data center, and they're asking us to sign on. We were monitoring it, I think. We weren't sure if we were going to. Does this move us across the line to where we could sign on to the letter? I've read it, and to me, it looks like something I would sign on to.
Yeah, we had quite a bit back and forth, Levi and Devin and I. today
Oh, you
about
did?
that. Mhm.
Yeah. Where did you stand then?
Well, it was whether or not Levi was going to be able to testify, and, the short notice and the fact that it's
Right.
on a
It's
Wednesday
very
is
quick.
just impossible. But, and I had written that I needed to know more about this before I could testify. And, and Devin wrote that, well, that's why we give you talking points and stuff like that. But Levi is going to look into it some more and keep an eye on the amendments, and then we'll see it again.
Got it.
But I don't think we're ready to sign the letter.
And the due date, I think Greg is going to express, is Friday, so hence.
Yeah.
Friday, yeah, so I don't think we can get it in time. I just wanted to make sure we all saw it and we didn't feel like we missed out. Okay.
Any other open discussion items for the public while everyone's thinking of their open discussion items? We are meeting again tomorrow at 10 a.m. And as much as I enjoy a three-person board, tomorrow we have a resolution from the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, appointing name as County Commissioner to serve the remaining term of District 2 Commissioner. We will take public comment at 10 a.m., during 10 a.m.'s meeting tomorrow.
Anybody know how Patty's travels are going?
She was boarding a plane when I talked to her earlier, out
In
of
DC?
Chicago.
Oh,
So I
great.
believe she will be back. I
that's
do want to
great.
just note for the public, because this is a special meeting, the Zoom link on the agenda is the correct one. It is different than the normal, regular, or work session Zoom link. So encourage anyone to please use the Zoom link on the agenda, not the normal one, since it is a special meeting.
And the meeting is in here
The meeting is in here.
from 10 to 12?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else open discussion?
We can talk about it. I guess the only other one is Greg had shared the state land board listening session. Greg had shared a state land board listening session.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
If you all can take a look and let us know if you're attending, and we'll discuss if we need to notice that or not.
I signed up and I'll let Amy know.
Okay, thank you.
I think the answer is publicly notice it.
Why not?
I think I attended their last one. They're trying to be more communicative with county and county commissioners in terms of their intent and how they're managing their portfolio. So I did attend their last sort of work session.
Did you learn anything?
Actually, one of the most interesting things I learned was that they do not, cell phone towers and other towers are not allowed on state land board properties. So, there's a bunch of do's and don'ts, and one of them
That's interesting.
is no wireless or cell phone towers on state land board properties. So that was my biggest takeaway.
That's a big
But,
one.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. But they did go into sort of the legacy and how they acquired all this land, and I think that was interesting. Not so much they're managing it on behalf of schools, but more how they acquired the land to begin with. I thought was kind of fascinating.
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
So yeah, there were a couple takeaways. Any other further open
One other
discussion?
takeaway is that we have a local member of the State Land Board. It'd be interesting just to show up and watch him participate. Mark Harvey was appointed most recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's
Interesting.
our local member on that board, and it seems to me it'd be worth checking it out. So I've told Amy, and I agree with you, let's just
Public
notice
can
it.
notice it.
Yeah. Other people may want to.
It just tells the public we have nothing to do at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday.
Exactly. Or we have this to do.
We have this to do. Seeing nothing else, I would take a motion to adjourn unless there's.
So moved.
Yeah.
And seconded.
Seems to be a pattern today. All those in favor?
Aye.
And Dora, thank you so much. Grassroots, enjoy your evening. Abby, you rock. I hope you find your lenses.